We are live, YouTube.
sumisilip na tayo ng kahunting asa. Bagamat malayo itong lakbay natin, mayroon na rin tayong paunti-unting nararating. Subalit kung susumahin mo, it's really a long way. We are still in a long way. Hindi na mamaya yan. Nakakarating ka na ng unti-unti. Why? Because you walk together. With love.
Good day, good evening to everyone. Welcome to today's webinar entitled Global Nursing Leadership Summit 2026 with the theme Advancing Evidence-Based Practice for Future Healthcare. Leading the future of global healthcare. Be sure to answer the registration link shared in the chat box. We will begin shortly. Kindly ensure that your microphones are muted. Change your display names with your full name and an organization and your internet connection is stable. Please stay in the meeting room while we conduct technical checks and pre-webinar preparations. This is Gina Tuazan, one of the program moderators. Thank you and enjoy the program.
Before we proceed, I am Shaska Nuestro, one of your moderators. Let's have a quick interactive activity to hear your thoughts and engage everyone in the webinar. On your screen, you will see a QR code for our word cloud activity. Kindly scan the QR code using your mobile phone or visit wooclub.com and enter the code shown on the screen. Alright, our event code is BQBJYG. Again, the event code is BQBJYG. Alright, once you enter the activity, please answer the question, what word comes to your mind when you hear global nursing leadership? Again, what word comes to your mind when you hear global nursing leadership? You may type one word. Let's see your answers appear live on the screen. QR code BQBJYG. Alright, while waiting for your answers, this is a meaningful event made possible in partnership with our valued collaborators 9.09er IELTS Review and Tutorial, Supreme Review Academy, and NCLEX Pros, committed partners in empowering future healthcare professionals through excellence in education, training, and global career advancement. Alright, oh, that's a lot. Wonderful! We can see many meaningful responses appearing in our word cloud activity. As you participate in our word cloud activity, don't forget to take screenshots and share them online using our official event hashtag Global Nursing Leadership Summit 2026. Again, hashtag Global Nursing Leadership Summit 2026. Alright. One of our biggest words here is innovation. Yes. Global innovation. Alright. Competence, competency, word class. That's a lot of word class. Excellence. Another derivation of innovation, innovative. Alright. Partnership with the world. Nurse leaders, competitiveness. Connection, yes. Connection, collaboration. Up to date. Alright, that's correct. High technology. Well, I can see there's a lot of participants today. That's so good. Continue to sharing your thoughts with us. What word comes to your mind when you hear the word global nursing leadership? All right, development, empowerment. Okay. All right. Thank you everyone for participating in our word cloud activity. Your insights perfectly set the tone for today's webinar. My co-moderator has a surprise for all of you.
Thank you, Zays. My name is Catherine Anes Demada, and I have something really exciting ready for all of you. So I have a QR code on the screen. All eyes on the screen. You can scan that QR code. Or you can also go to wooclub.com and enter the code flashed on the screen. The event code is capital GENDOR. Again, it's GENDOR. Make sure to enter your first name and last name for a chance to win in a raffle draw. So stay tuned for the announcement of winners.
Ito ang pipiliin ko, ang exam na para sa'yo, para sa lahat ng bansa, para sa lahat
So here are the mechanics for our raffle. So again, make sure you have scanned the QR code or type in the event code flash on the screen on whoocap.com. So winners will be selected randomly there. Participants must be present during the announcement of winners. So make sure that you stay and don't go anywhere. You might be our lucky winner. So once your name is called, kindly respond to the chat box within 3 seconds to claim your prize.
testing center.
A representative from the registration committee will be contacting you for your prize.
With one thing, your English test, IELTS, OET, PTE, CELPIP, TOEFL, TOEIC.
As an early token of appreciation for our active and early birds in today's webinar, so we are so excited to announce our pre-webinar first raffle giveaway. This is proudly sponsored by our 9.09er IELTS review and tutorial. We will be giving away amazing prizes, including 5 full vouchers for IELTS review via raffle. So aside from that 5 full vouchers, we are also giving 7 days of free access to IELTS Online Platinum Package for all registered attendees from 9.09er IELTS Review and Tutorial. So if you're here, you're so lucky you have 7 days of free access to IELTS Online Platinum Package. So to join, just simply make sure you're officially registered. And stay with us as the winner during the program. Good luck to everyone, and thank you for being part of the Global Nursing Leadership Summit 2026. Back to you, Ginra.
Thank you, Catherine. Are we ready?
The board exam.
Let's begin our raffle draw from our collaborator 9.09er IELTS review and tutorial. Can we get the virtual drum roll in the chat box?
Reason 2. No structured review.
We see all the drum rolls and excitement filling the chat. Let's not keep you waiting any longer. Let's spin the wheel for our first lucky winner.
No coaching support equals lack of guidance and direction. Pass with confidence.
Our first lucky winner is Ma'am Janice. Congratulations. Please type present with your first name and last name and email address in the chat box. Let's spin the wheel again for our next winner. Congratulations, Ma'am Rona Vasquez. Please type present with your first name and last name and email address in the chat box. Let's see who our next lucky winner will be. Let's spin the wheel now, tech team. And the wheel stops at Sir Alexis. Congratulations. Please type present with your first name and last name and email address in the chat box. Congratulations on winning a full voucher IELTS review proudly sponsored by 9.09er IELTS review and tutorial. Please type your first and last name and email address in the chat box. Back to you, Ma'am Catherine.
Thank you so much, Ginra. So we have 3 more raffles to go. So there's been the wheel to go. So again, I'd like to thank one of our sponsors, 9.09er IELTS and Tutorial. We are all ready, so let's see who our next lucky winner will be. So tag team, let's spin that wheel. And the wheel stops at, congratulations, 67. So please type your first name and last name and email address on the chat box to get your prize. Okay, let's now move on and spin the wheel for our fifth lucky winner of a full voucher IELTS review, proudly sponsored by 9.09er IELTS review and tutorial. Tag team, if you're ready, we are ready. So let's spin that wheel. Congratulations, Chat Chatos. So please present your first name and last name and email address in the chat box. Wait, we will re-roll that 67 because we need the full name, first and last name, okay? So tag team, let's re-roll that wheel. Please put your first and last name when you scan the QR code. Congratulations, Ma'am Shireen K. Please type your first name and last name and email address in the chat box. Okay, so we're gonna move on to the next prize. We would like to give a huge shout out and heartfelt thank you to one of our committee leads, Ma'am Marichu Payot Matiga, classmate whose generosity has made this special monetary raffle prize possible. Let's flood the chat with hearts and claps to Ma'am Marichu. So her contribution is more than just a prize. It is a reflection of friendship, teamwork, and the spirit of lifting one another up as we continue our journey in the nursing profession. Today, because of her generosity, one lucky participant will not only walk away with new knowledge and inspiration, but also with a fantastic cash prize. So sit tight as we are giving away 5,000 pesos. So are we ready for the 5,000 peso prize? So tech team, if you're ready, everyone is ready. So spin the wheel. So the 5,000 peso prize will go to Miss Maria Rastilu Gedagaran. Congratulations! Please type your first name, last name, and email address on the chat box to get your 5,000 pesos. Again, our heartfelt thanks to Ma'am Marichu's sponsorship. Thank you so much, ma'am. So a representative from the registration committee will be contacting winners for your prizes. Once again, congratulations to all of you. I'll be giving you back to Ma'am Jinra.
Thank you, Catherine. With all this excitement, may we please settle down and again take note of the following house rules. Keep your microphones muted unless recognized. Use the chat box for questions and comments. Be respectful and professional throughout the webinar. E-certificates will be distributed after submission of the evaluation form. Thank you for your cooperation. Stay tuned as we will officially start our program by 10 a.m.
dami-daming English exam. Alin ba talaga dito ang pipiliin ko? Ang exam na para sa'yo, para sa lahat ng bansa, para sa lahat ng visa application. Ang sagot? Sa dinami-dami ng English examinations ngayon, alin ang bagay sa'yo? At ang sagot, IELTS pa rin. IELTS lang ang tinatanggap sa lahat ng bansa at sa lahat ng visa applications. Ang 9.09er English ay kilalang IELTS Review Center. Pero alam nyo ba na kami rin ay official testing center sa 11 cities sa buong bansa. Kaya kahit hindi na kayo mag-review sa amin pa rin kayo magte-take ng actual examination. Piliin ang IELTS, piliin ang British Council 9.09er testing centers.
Want to work, study, or live abroad? It all starts with one thing: your English test. IELTS, OET, PTE, CELPIP, TOEFL, TOEIC, Duolingo, whatever your goal, we can help you pass your English test. 9.09er has helped thousands of candidates ace their English exams. Your ticket to the world? It all starts here. Enroll today and get started with your overseas application. Message us for more information.
Why do nursing students fail the board exam? Reason 1, poor time management. Poor time management equals last-minute panic. Reason 2, no structured review plan. No structured review plan equals confusion and overwhelm. Reason 3, no coaching support. No coaching support equals lack of guidance and direction. Pass with confidence. Join Supreme Review Academy's structured program today.
Dreaming of becoming a U.S. RN? Let's make that dream a reality. At NCLEX Pros, we offer an evidence-based, effective, and affordable NCLEX review program designed to help you pass with confidence. You've got what it takes. We'll help you prove it. Contact us now.
Ang dami-daming English exam. Alin ba talaga dito ang pipili?
Again, we will begin shortly. Kindly ensure that your microphones are muted. Change your display names with your full name and organization. And your internet connection is stable. Please don't forget to register. Thank you.
Paunti-unti, nakakasilip na tayo ng kahunting asa. Bagamat malayo itong lakbay natin, mayroon na rin tayong paunti-unting nararating. Subalit kung susumahin mo, it's really a long way. We are still in a long way. Hindi namamayaan nakakarating ka na ng unti-unti. Why? Because you work together with love.
Ladies and gentlemen from around the globe, via Zoom, Facebook Live, and YouTube Live, a pleasant morning to everyone. On behalf of our class, Master of Arts in Nursing Batch 15, we warmly welcome you to today's webinar entitled Global Nursing Leadership Summit 2026 with the theme Advancing Evidence-Based Practice for Future Healthcare, Leading the Future of Global Healthcare. To formally begin our program, may we invite everyone for our doxology and national anthem.
Who am I that the Lord of all the earth would care to know my name, would care to feel my hurt? Who am I that the bright and morning star would choose to light the way for my ever-wandering heart? Not because of who I am, but because of what you've done. Not because of what I've done, but because of who you are. I am a flower quickly fading, here today and gone tomorrow, a wave tossed in the ocean, a vapor in the wind. Still you hear me when I'm calling, Lord, you catch me when I'm falling. You told me who I am. I am yours. I am yours. I am yours.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang mag-ibig, kaya sa sinakalan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Upang hinirang, kuya ka ng mag-ibig, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisingil, sa nagatak tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong panggaw, ay hinatang tula, kawin sa paglayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na naghihingi, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pamay di maghihingi. Luma ng araw ng buwan, habit pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang ligaya ng pagkay mga aking, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Good day to all attendees. I am Kathleen Joy Rubio, one of the program moderators for the Global Nursing Leadership Summit 2026. To formally open our event, it is my honor to introduce our welcome message speaker. a respected academic leader committed in innovation, leadership, and excellence in higher education. He continues to inspire future healthcare nursing leaders and support the development of globally competitive nursing leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Dean of the Graduate School of Wesleyan University, Philippines, Dr. John Mark F. Bondoc.
Distinguished guests, esteemed nursing leaders, respected faculty members, researchers, healthcare practitioners, students, ladies and gentlemen, a blessed day to everyone. On behalf of the graduate school, it is a both honor and a privilege to welcome you to the Global Nursing Leadership Summit 2026 with its inspiring theme, Advancing Evidence-Based Practice for Future Healthcare. Today we gather not merely as professionals from different institutions and healthcare settings, but as a community united by a common mission to improve the quality of healthcare through knowledge, innovation, research, and compassionate leadership. We live in a time of unprecedented change, advances in technology, evolving healthcare needs, emerging diseases, and complex global health challenges continue to reshape the nursing profession. And in this rapidly changing environment, evidence based practice is no longer an option, it is a necessity. It serves as the bridge between research and patient care, transforming scientific discoveries into meaningful actions that improve health outcomes and save lives. As nurses and healthcare leaders, we are entrusted with a profound responsibility. Every decision we make, every intervention we implement, and every policy we advocate for must be grounded in credible evidence, ethical practice, and a genuine commitment to human dignity. The future of healthcare depends not only on what we know, but on how courageously we apply that knowledge to address the needs of our patients, communities, and nations. This summit provides a valuable platform for learning, collaboration, and reflection. It brings together experts, scholars, practitioners, and future leaders who share a common passion for advancing nursing excellence. May the discussions, presentations, and exchanges of ideas throughout this event inspire us to challenge existing paradigms, embrace innovations, strengthen interdisciplinary partnerships, and champion evidence informed solutions for the healthcare challenges of tomorrow. And as your dean in the graduate school, I encourage each participant to maximize this opportunity to listen actively, engage thoughtfully, ask, of course, meaningfully, and build professional networks that extend beyond geographical boundaries. Let this gathering not only expand our knowledge, but also deepen our commitment to leadership, service, and lifelong learning. As we open this summit, let us remember that leadership in nursing is not defined by position, but by influence, not by authority, but by service we do for our neighbors, not by the titles, but by the positive impact we create in the lives of others. May this summit empower us to become stronger advocates of evidence based practice, transformative leaders in healthcare, and catalysts of positive change in our respective institutions and communities. Once again, welcome to the Global Nursing Leadership Summit 2026. May our time together be productive, enlightening, and inspiring. Thank you, and may God bless us all.
Thank you, Dean JM, for warmly welcoming all of us today. May we now call on our dear program head, Dr. Carmela C. Del Rosario, to introduce our first speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Rubio. And once again, good day, everyone. Before I begin, I want to sincerely apologize that I cannot turn on my camera today. My internet connection is currently experiencing some bandwidth issues. So I'm keeping my video off to ensure our audio remains perfectly clear for this incredible session. So welcome to the Global Nursing Leadership Summit 2026, centered on the theme Advancing Evidence-Based Nursing for Future Healthcare, Leading the Future of Global Healthcare. Today, we are privileged to introduce a distinguished nursing leader whose work continues to inspire and transform healthcare professionals across the globe. Our speaker, warmly known as Dr. A, is an internationally recognized nurse educator, professional development specialist, author, and advocate for workplace sustainability. With over 18 years of experience across the Philippines, the Middle East, and the United States, he has dedicated his career to advancing evidence-based nursing practice, leadership development, and workforce excellence. Currently serving within the Encompass Health System in the United States, Dr. Tariga leads initiatives in competency-based education, professional development, and workforce readiness. He's also the founder of Bridge and Beyond Advisory LLC, where he mentors and empowers nurses navigating professional and personal transitions. His remarkable contributions have earned international recognition, including being named a top 10 finalist for the 2025 Astor Guardians Global Nursing Award from over 100,000 applicants worldwide. He is likewise a fellow of the New York Academy of Medicine and the Faculty of Nursing and Midwifery at the Royal College of Surgeons in Ireland. Dr. A continues to champion a vision of nursing leadership grounded in compassion, innovation, resilience, and evidence-based practice, values that perfectly align with the mission of our summit today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm virtual welcome to our esteemed speaker, Dr. Jose Arnold, Dr. A. Tariga. The floor is yours, Dr. Tariga, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Del Rosario, for the very kind introduction. And good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. It's 10 p.m. here in Boston. And I know that we have participants from different sides of the world. Also, I just saw in the chat that there's another earthquake happening now in Jensan. So I'd like for us to take a few seconds of pause to pray for our brothers and sisters who are in the Philippines right now, are impacted by the earthquake. So we hope all of you are safe out there as we are doing this session. So firstly, I'd like to thank the Wesleyan University Philippines Master of Arts in Nursing Batch 15 for the kind invitation to be here today. I'm really excited about being invited because the topic that I'm going to be talking about is something that is so close to my heart. So thank you so much to everyone as well who are taking their time. Again, I do not know what time exactly it is where you are right now, but I hope that this will be I know that this will be a fruitful session for you, and I hope that you're going to gain something out of it. So I hope that you can see my screen, and if you can give me a thumbs up, just wanted to make sure, and if you can hear me clearly as well. So okay, perfect. So for this session, my topic will be talking about how to prepare nurses to thrive across global healthcare systems. And I think if you've listened to the introduction, you know, I've been a nurse for around 18 years now and have really transitioned across the different parts of the globe. And one of the main things that I've been doing over the last few years, for more than a decade now, is really helping nurses not just transition, but thrive wherever they are. At least when I was in the Middle East, like I did an education side of things wherein I train nurses to transition, and I also did the same thing when I moved here in the United States. And that's why I feel so blessed to be able to pay it forward to our fellow nurses, because there's a lot of us who wants to move abroad. I know that there are also a lot of us who wants to stay at home to be with our family and to serve the country, and that's really amazing. And for those who are outside the country, I know that many of us, including myself, really also wants to pay it forward by sharing what we know here and sharing it back to you guys, or to our fellow nurses in the Philippines. Okay, so I'd like to start out by asking all of you to imagine receiving an email or maybe a snail mail in your inbox. And this email is actually an offer letter from an employer. Maybe abroad, maybe locally, maybe because like when I started as a nurse, I'm from Bohol, and I was offered a job in Chonghua Hospital in Cebu. And so maybe you received a letter, or maybe you received a call, your next big opportunity. And most of the time, once you receive that letter, all of us get so excited. I myself was so excited when I received my offer letter from the States. And when I was applying for a job in the Middle East as well, like it was just so exciting to see an offer letter that this is going to be my salary, I'm going to be working abroad. But after that short duration of excitement, I suddenly felt a bit scared, because I've only lived my entire 20 plus years in the Philippines, in Bohol and Cebu, and I didn't know what to expect when I'm moving. Like the thought of actually moving outside of the country is so exciting, but it's also very scary, because you do not know what to expect when you move out, right? And so when I received that letter, I started thinking as to how am I going to prepare myself when I move out? Because there are a lot of things that you have to take into consideration, like the weather is one. Like before I moved out to the Middle East from the Philippines, I was already researching in terms of like, what do I have to bring? Is there winter there? Is it summer all the time because it's the desert? And then for those who are in the Middle East, I know like we still have winters even if it doesn't snow, right? So there are still cold seasons there. So some of these things are usually the things that we don't think about prior to moving out, up until the moment that you are informed that you're going to be moving out of the country, right? So my hope for today is that I will be able to impart, for those who are still in the Philippines or wherever you are and wanted to move somewhere else, my hope is, for you for me to impart some points on what will help you as you transition. So before we start, I'd like to invite everyone to participate in this Mentimeter. So if you can scan the QR code or go to menti.com and type in this code, tell me, what do you think is the biggest challenge that nurses face when transitioning to a new healthcare system? Okay, so I am seeing some responses now. One is culture, and this is definitely one of the biggest things I personally have to adapt, and I consider it one of the biggest challenge, considering that my first employment abroad was in the Middle East, and the culture, the religion is just so different. Like I, as a male nurse, culturally is not allowed to take care of female patient because that's against Islam, right? So that's definitely one. And I guess like this is the reason why it's quite big here, because maybe the majority of you are actually, choosing culture as one of the main challenges, especially for those who have moved abroad. Technology is another thing. When I was during my time in the Philippines, and I'm not that old yet, you guys. During my time in the Philippines, and I was working in a big tertiary hospital in Cebu. I mentioned Chonghua. At the time, we were in the process, or we were accredited by the Joint Commission International. So like, we are globally accredited. We were still using some of the documentations. We were still using the paper and pen type of documentation, and we were just entering the electronic medical recording system era at the time. So when I moved to the Middle East, many of the hospitals there actually are really up to date in terms of electronic medical recording systems and stuff like that. So that's definitely one of the challenge. Even the technology that you use in patient care, it's just so different than the ones that we are so used to in the Philippines. I'm not saying that we don't have the technology, but we might not be as advanced as other countries, right? Practices, yes. The thing with the Philippines, and this is what I've noticed now that I'm working and living here in the States, is that, and we know this, when we go through nursing school, our textbooks are actually US based, right? And therefore the policies, the procedures, or the standards that we are following are stateside, are based on international best practices. The challenge that we have in the Philippines is that many of our healthcare organizations might not have the resources for us to practice what is the ideal, right? So even, for example, I remember before, if I was working in a critical care unit, and because not all patient rooms have the, I forgot what it's called, the arm that holds the ventilator tubes, for example. So we as Filipinos are so creative. So we try to inflate the gloves and put the tubes in the fingers of the gloves that's inflated so that it doesn't touch the patient's chest, because we don't want that, the tubes to be causing some skin issues for the patient. So language definitely very challenging, especially in places where they don't use Tagalog or English, right? Or they don't use Bisaya. I'm Bisaya, so mayong buntag sa mga Bisaya diha, or mayong gabi. So that's definitely a challenge too. So when I moved to the Middle East, I had to learn Arabic, and I was there for almost 10 years, but I haven't really mastered the language. And every time a family comes to me and asks me in Arabic, I always say, for those who are Arabic speaking, I always say, ana jadid. It's like I'm new here. Ana jadid, ana mafi kalam Arabi, ana Arabi shweya. So I always say that. And when they ask me how long have you been here, I was like, 10 years. They said what? You haven't learned the language yet? But that's the thing, some people are very good at it. My sister is in the Middle East right now. She can speak basic conversational Arabic. I can't. So thank you so much for sharing this. These are definitely challenges that I firsthand have experienced when transitioning to a new healthcare system. Okay. So this is the reality of global nursing mobility. And the thing is that, I've been to a lot of conferences. I've spoken with a lot of nursing leaders, not just in the Middle East, in the Philippines even. I've attended some international conferences held in the Philippines, and here in the States too. And the conversation is always that, isn't it unethical to be bringing nurses from your country when there's also a need in your country? And that's true, Philippines and India, based on statistics, are actually the two biggest countries. I think Philippines is the #1 biggest country that exports nurses to other countries, right? But this is why this topic is a little sticky in terms of migration or immigration of nurses, because personally for me, I was not forced by the States to come here. It was out of my own volition to move out of the country, because there were things that I was seeking, as a person, and as a professional. So that's why I have a different take and I have a different perspective when we talk about nurse immigration. And to me, as a Filipino nurse, really my goal as an educator is to just help for those nurses who want to move outside of the country because they're seeking financial growth, financial stability, professional growth. Because here in the States, there's a lot of different subspecialties that you can go into. Of course, I'm not inviting everyone to come out of the country, because there are definitely opportunities back home too. And I hope, and I really hope that our country is getting better at taking care of our nurses. I know that a lot of hospitals now, I'm seeing that they are offering better salaries, sign-in bonuses and stuff like that, which is amazing. We never had that during my time. I have to pay to a hospital to get experience, right? So I'm not so sure, maybe some of you can relate, but yeah, I just want to say that whether you want to stay in the Philippines and you want to move to a different country for whatever reason, the main thing is we have to keep ourselves updated, because anywhere in the globe, healthcare is changing, right? Here in the States, the World Health Organization, when they released their World's Nursing Report in 2025, they mentioned that there are 29 million nurses worldwide. And despite having 29 million nurses across the globe, we still need 4.5 million nurses. How crazy is that, right? And I know I'm not very I'm not very familiar with the current statistics in the Philippines, but I know that there are tens of thousands of nurses who pass the the licensure exams, but like only a few of them really practice bedside nursing. And this is another topic that's a bit sticky because even here in the States we claim that, oh, we have nursing shortage. We do have a lot of nurses in the registry. Different states will have different boards of nursing, and you will have a lot of nurses in there. The problem is that many of these nurses don't want to work at the bedside anymore for whatever reason. And I know that many of you can relate, right? Some it's caused by burnt out. Some they just don't want to do bedside for a lot of stuff. And that's the reason why we still talk about shortage. But when we talk about shortage, it is important to understand the context. Like, for example, there is a shortage of nurses in academia. There's actually a shortage of nurse educators. And that's because, to be honest, like in some areas here, even in the States, like nurses in academia or nurse educators in academia are not as well paid as nurses working at the bedside. But if you're really interested in teaching, some of them really pursue a career in academia. So again, different reasons why we still have a shortage of nurses. I think like I alluded a little bit about my story in terms of transitioning. So born and raised in Bohol, Bisdak, Bisayang Dako. So but I worked in Cebu as a critical care nurse, an ICU nurse. And then while I was working there, as I said, like initially before working in Cebu, like I had to pay hospitals so that I can get the experience before I get like officially and formally employed. And then I've realized that, I wanted more, not just for myself, but for my family and like to really grow professionally. And so I packed my bags, left on a jet plane and ended up in the Middle East. So in 2013, I moved to Abu Dhabi and started my nursing career there as a bedside nurse, and then eventually moved into leadership. Didn't work out for me, which was a great thing now looking back, because it redirected me. That rejection redirected me to my career right now as a nurse educator. But while I was in the Middle East, I've also seen the good and the bad side of being a nurse in the Middle East. And for those who are here, you might be familiar in terms of the difference in salaries based on passports and stuff like that. So I'm not making this up. This is my personal experience. I can speak for other nurses out there, but my experience was, if you're Filipino, because you're not Western trained, you will have different salary as compared to Westerners. It was still okay. I mean, it was tax-free. I was still able to save a little bit of money, but I just felt like maybe there's another country that will value me for the experience and the expertise that I have, despite not being irrelevant to my passport and stuff like that. So decided eventually to take my NCLEX, passed my NCLEX, and then in 2022, while COVID was happening, I decided to move to Boston. So ended up in Boston. I struggled, you guys, because of the weather. And this is, again, some of the things that we have to keep in mind when you are preparing to move abroad. Like, make sure that you research, where are you going? What are the things that you have to take into account? Because when you are moving to a different country, you're not just moving for the work itself. You're also moving to integrate into the community, right? So like, know where are you going to live? Like, when you need coats during winters, because like the snow is like very, it's a lot. So I did struggle during winters here. The winter this year especially was really tough over the last few years, that as compared to the last few years that I was here, but I survived. So it's very important for us to really assess how ready we are, right? Because one thing that we have to keep in mind is that clinical competence does not equate to practice readiness. Again, I want to highlight this. Clinical competence does not equate to practice readiness. Most of the time we think that, oh, you know what? Like at one point, honestly, like I was so confident that I was ICU trained that I was like, you know what? Like, I was IC trained. I've worked in the Middle East, and I've worked the hospitals that I've worked even in the Philippines are internationally accredited, which means that we follow international standards. But when I moved here, like there were still a lot of nuances in terms of how we practice. No matter how aligned we are with international standards or best practices, hospitals will always have differences in terms of how they do things. And so I've learned that, yes, it's good to be confident, but not overly confident to the point that you will just say that I'm gonna be okay. I don't want to learn other stuff because I know that I'm equipped. And then you will just be shocked, once you get exposed to a different healthcare setting, because now it's a different equipment, different unit, different dynamics, especially once you will be working with different groups of people, right? So one of the things that I would strongly encourage everyone to be aware of when you are moving, and again, even if you're moving from your province to a bigger city, because this is what I experienced, in Bohol, we have big hospitals in Bohol too. But like the ones that I was working in prior to moving to Cebu was a district hospital. And so we did not have a lot of the equipments that you will find in Chongwang, for example. So it was still a learning curve, even if it was local, right? So technological literacy is very important. Electronic medical recording system is definitely one of the things that's very massive here in the States. I would presume it's the same in the UK, Australia, New Zealand, and other Western countries as well. I think it's also beginning to be adopted like across the board in the Middle East, especially in UAE. Because here with EMR, everything is integrated. And it's actually really great to have an integrated electronic medical recording system because it does help you identify problem areas. So for those who are familiar with, early warning scores or early warning signs, so your electronic medical recording systems, or at least the ones that I've worked in, they usually pick up those signs of whether your patient is having this blood test results or this vital signs, and therefore it collects data and it tells you that, oh, your patient is at high risk for sepsis, or a patient is high risk for deterioration. So in a way, it helps you out. So again, it's very important to be technologically literate when you are moving. You don't have to stress out though, because here in the States, and again, I can only speak for what is here in the States because this is what I've seen here and what I've experienced. The majority, if not all of the healthcare systems here, the hospitals here, will usually have a residency or a fellowship program, which means that when you come in here, aside from the orientation, there's usually like either a 6 to 12 months long of training that you will be enrolled in to support your transition in the clinical settings here. Maybe for some, they might not be enrolled because they will also do a learning needs assessment and your competency assessment when you join an organization. And if they see that, like maybe you work in Cleveland Clinic Abu Dhabi and their practice there is really similar to Cleveland Clinic in Ohio, right? So maybe there's no need for you to be in the fellowship program. But that's another side of it. Like if you as the nurse was transitioning to a place and you're not familiar or you feel like you're not as confident yet, don't be shy to ask for help. I think like this is a very, very Filipino trait sometimes that because we're used to it, yeah, right? At least that's my experience. Sometimes like when I was new to the ICU before, like I was so scared to speak up because I feel like if I speak up that and I tell them that, oh, I did not know this, they will think that I'm stupid. But like here, we encourage people to ask questions, like there's no such thing as a stupid or dumb question, especially if it involves your safety as a practitioner and safety of your patient, okay? Clinical judgment, very, very important. I know for a fact that we are good in having this clinical eyes and clinical judgment, but it's very different in which area are you used to. So I'm saying this because I've worked in like when I was in the Philippines, I worked in OBD, I worked in med-surg, mostly in med-surg before working in the ICU. But the majority of my life in the Philippines was in the ICU. So in the ICU, maybe because we only have 1 to 2 patients most of the time, you really get to know the patient and the case, and you have that opportunity to actually have a conversation with the physicians, their attending physicians, the consultants, in terms of the plan of care. And it's not that it's different when you're in med surg, because it's like you know about the patient, but more on a very high level, and therefore sometimes it's not that you don't advocate, but because you don't know the deeper case, then sometimes you might not be able to have those deep conversations with the physicians in terms of the plan of care. So clinical judgment here in the US is very important, because your attending physicians rely on you in terms of the plan of care, because they know that you are working with the patients the entire shift, right? And mostly here it's like a 12-hour shift versus the 8-hour shift in the Philippines. I don't know if it has changed there or wherever you are. So when they will do their rounds, they will actually ask you like, what's going on with your patient? What are your recommendations? And if for those who are familiar with SBAR as a platform of reporting, that is very common here, because you assess your patient, and then based on that, you recommend some actions as to what you do or what you want the team to do. So it's very important. Adaptability is very important when you are moving abroad as well. Aside from all the nuances in terms of practice, there's this thing of team dynamics, right? Different cultures have different way of communicating. I know that in the Philippines, and again, it might have changed already, but like during my time, we don't usually speak up, because in our culture, speaking up is it's like a taboo there, like it's like disrespectful. So many of us will usually just keep quiet when the doctors are talking or when your senior is talking. And even if you feel like, like maybe there's a different way of managing this patient, because this is what I know and this is what I've read and this is what I've assessed, but because it's the doctor who's talking, I'm just gonna keep quiet. Or if they ask you to do something, you just say yes, even if you feel like it's an unsafe practice. It shouldn't be like that. And here in the States, it's not like that. So you have to proactively advocate for yourself and for the patient. And that's why you need to adapt in terms of how do you communicate? How do you work well with a team? Communication agility, very important. I think one of the things that was mentioned in the initial survey was like communication is one of the challenges that you're going to be facing. Communication, aside from the language itself, because like in each of the states here, even like, they speak American English, but each of the states have their own layman's term, for example. So one of the funniest communication experience that I had was when I was 1 week old in the hospital that I was working in a few years ago, and then a patient of mine was asking for a Johnny. And I didn't know that here in Boston or in New England area, they call a patient's gown a Johnny. And so like, it so happened that I have a colleague whose name was John as well. So I went to the patient's room, patient asked like, Arnold, can you get me a Johnny? And so I thought that the patient was looking for John. And so I brought Johnny with me inside the patient's room. And so John was like, hi, what do you need? And the patient says, no, I was looking for a Johnny. And so they started laughing. I didn't know at the time that was, the patient was looking for a patient's gown. So these are some of the things that it's embarrassing, but it was funny, but it was a learning curve for me. And that's the reason why when I started doing this work of like helping nurses transition, I actually reached out to a lot of the Filipino nurses who have been here, because I've partnered in my some other jobs prior to where I am right now. We partnered with different healthcare systems. And so I reached out to many of the Filipinos who are there and asked what were the terms or the words that you were not familiar with when you came in, because it's quite embarrassing when you are facing patients, and sometimes they might think that well, for lack of a better word, that you're stupid, but like actually, and I know that they don't, but for me, like I was just like deep inside, I was like, like I could have avoided that if I asked, what do they call this? Like the lifter that we call in the Philippines, the one that you put under your patient to lift in the bed. We call them chocks here. Chocks for me is Converse shoes. So if my patient would have asked me chocks before I learned about it, like I would have been looking for a Converse shoes in the patient's room, So these are some of the things. It seems like it's a minor nuance, but it can actually happen, especially like if you're not familiar with the lingo that the locals are using in the hospitals. Cultural humility, very important. I think like the majority of us must be so familiar with cultural competence, but recently, actually over the last few years, there has been a move, not to eradicate it, but like to really change the terminology surrounding this concept towards cultural humility instead of cultural competence. Because the fact of the matter is, we can never be culturally competent in other people's culture, right? Like I am a pure-blooded Filipino who loves to eat rice, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I can never be an American, right? Maybe I can be an American by passport, but like culturally, I can integrate into their culture, but I will always have that Filipino in me. And by the way, I know that it's June 13 there in the Philippines right now, and maybe in some other parts of the globe, it's still June 12 here because it's not yet midnight. So happy Independence Day for those who are celebrating. It's amazing. The reason why we are here where we are right now is because our forefathers, our ancestors actually fought for our freedom. So thank God to that we don't have to be in a war right now, right? So that being said, like we have when we talk about cultural humility, it's about really being curious and knowing that this person is a different culture. I respect that culture. I want to know more about that culture so that I can better integrate and I can better provide care, right? So wherever you are right now, even in the Philippines, like when I was working in Chonghua, we had people from the provinces where like they want to have tuob. I'm not so sure for those who are Bisaya, like we have this tuob, like it's like you boil something, you hide under the blanket, and then like you inhale those mist or whatever. That worked for us from the province, right? It's a provincial practice by our ninuno, by our ancestors, but it works, and so we have to respect that. Sometimes they may be a bit tricky when they're going to be bringing in some medications that we don't recommend, but we have those conversations with them. We let them sign if they really push to have it taken by their patients and stuff. But that's the thing. It's very important for us to be culturally humble and understand that we have different cultures, we have different practices, and we have to respect that so that we can really provide better care, right? Okay, so I have another Mentimeter here. How it shows. So if you had to practice nursing in another country next month, what would be your biggest adjustment? So when we talk about technology, communication, culture, because we are looking at different aspects of gaps that you might face. What would be your biggest adjustment if you try to evaluate this 5 points or 5 items? Okay, so I'm seeing, I think like right now, clinical expectations is leading, work-life balance. Okay, so it's moving culture. I'm gonna give it a few more seconds to see the result. We have communication, it's really clinical expectations. And I personally agree to this, actually. I think like the clinical expectations is just so different. Again, when you're abroad versus when you're home. And I guess it also depends on what area or unit you're working in, right? So here, as I mentioned earlier, your clinical expectations here is that as a nurse, you are well versed about the case of your patient. You know what you're doing. You can advocate for your patient, and if needed, like you can speak with your team members. And by team members, it's not just the physicians, by the way. Like here, you have the PT, OT, all the therapists that's needed by the patient. We have your case manager. A lot. Like you will be working with a big team here abroad, and you have to discuss how do you think, or what do you think is best for your patients as you are seeing your patient most of the time. Communication definitely can and be one of the biggest adjustment as well. Me being a Filipino, having experience moving to different countries with different languages, different ways of communicating, different ways of team dynamics. And one thing too, in terms of communication, especially that this is highlighted here, is that here in the States, people are so direct, right? In the Philippines, we're not so direct. We try to like because like sometimes we don't want to be seen as somebody who's arrogant or something like that. But here, I got used. So even in the Middle East, like I've worked with a lot of Europeans, so they're also quite direct. Not as much as here. But I do like the directness because it's clear. It makes me aware in terms of what to expect and where I am in the conversation. So that's just a heads up for those who are coming to the States that expect that people can be direct. It's not being harsh, to be honest. Like it's just direct. Like you see what you get. Like they tell you what they want, and that's it. And I actually quite like that. And then culture, technology, and work-life balance. Yeah. Work-life balance, I think like the thing with work-life balance is what I've realized is really a choice. Before I thought, because I've spoken to a lot of different friends who have worked in different parts of the country, parts of the world, have a lot of friends in the UK, New Zealand, Australia, even some in Europe, like in Germany, and here in the States. And I spoke to them about how different it is in terms of work-life balance, because I thought before coming to the States is like it's just gonna be work, work, work. Because that's what I always see from friends, posting in social media. What I've learned though is like here in the States, you can actually have work-life balance. It's really a choice. The thing is that here in the States, the more you work, the more you get paid. And that's the reason why like many people would opt to just like work, 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 because they get more money and stuff like that. But if they choose to like, here the contract is usually 36 hours per week, and it's a 12-hour shift. So like you technically just work for 3 days and like have 4 days off. So yeah, it's a matter of choice. My advice, if you are abroad now, if you're here in the States, please do look after yourself, especially if you're alone. Like I'm alone here. In the first few years that I was here, I was just like work, 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 because I'm the eldest in the family, and you know how it is in the Philippine culture. We help our families back home. But now I've learned that I want my weekends off. I want my evenings for myself, because if I get sick, nobody will take care of me. So if you're abroad, or even if you're back home, but you're not close to family, or if you're working in a different province, make sure that you look after yourself, because what I've seen is that nurses are not the best in terms of looking after ourselves, right? So yeah. Okay. One of the things that I'd like to highlight in this session is the innovative technologies that can help you be prepared when you come or when you go to wherever you want to go. And this is not just for the nurses who are transitioning. My hope is that the educators who are here listening now, and I know that many of you must be aware of what I'm going to be talking about, are advocating for this to be available to our nurses or nursing students, right? And to actually use it, because what I've seen as well is like, I know that many of the schools, because of accreditation, will purchase equipments that, will help them with the accreditation, but will not use it because they don't want it to get damaged by the students. It shouldn't be that way, because, we buy equipments because we want it to be used and to train our future healthcare providers. The main thing though is, of course, we have to take care of it, because it can be expensive too, especially in the Philippine setting. Now I know how like the pricing of different equipment. So I was like, oh wow, okay, like it can cost millions of pesos. So we have to take care of it, but it has to be used. Like it doesn't make sense not using it. One of the main things in terms of innovation, and I know that this is not a new topic, is simulation. This is the thing though, because like I'm actively involved now in simulations. The thing is that in the Philippines and during my time, and I hope it has changed, and I always say that I hope it has changed because I haven't practiced in the Philippines for quite some time now. We use our simulators as placeholders. So we have this beautiful sim lab. You have a mannequin there in a simulated environment, but it's just there to be there. It's not being used. sort of like act out that, this mannequin is a patient, but like we don't actually really use the mannequin as it should be used, right? So in simulation, ideally, like if you have, there are different fidelities or how real a simulation can be or a simulator can be, right? Most of the time we use low to mid fidelity, or at least that was my experience, but like here in the States, we usually use mid to high fidelity. And like this mid to high fidelity simulators are actually simulators that can sort of talk. You can check for pulses, they have breath sounds, they can go into a code and like you would do your compressions and stuff, and you can see their rhythms. And then, when you treat them with medications, the rhythms might correct. So these are very realistic, and it will give you an experience of like really working with a patient. And the main thing with simulations and the 3 principles that we really would want to highlight to our educators who are here, and maybe to students too, you have to advocate for yourself. Like with simulations, the great thing about it is you are given the opportunity to have a deliberate practice. Like you can practice at the mannequin unlimited times, right? You can, so as healthcare professionals, of course, when we are training our learners, whether they are undergrad students, postgrad, or whoever, when we practice in providing care, we do not intentionally harm even the mannequin, right? Because we have to make sure that we deliver safe practice. That being said, sometimes when we do something, it doesn't necessarily mean that you'll get it right the first time, right? So for example, IV cannulation doesn't work always as you want. Maybe the simulators, because like the veins are so clear, so like it's easy to do it. Intubation, for example, sometimes it might not be so easy for you to intubate, or some other procedures, right? So that's why we have those mannequins that can do that. Even compressions, right? Like for those who have done trainings in basic life support or advanced life support, like the latest mannequins now have feedback mechanisms to really tell you that your compressions are effective or ineffective. So another thing in terms of simulation is psychological safety. So again, it's very important for us to acknowledge that as much as we all want to do good to our patients, especially during training, there's still that aspect of us committing errors, right? It's not avoidable sometimes. But with simulations, because we know that they are not actual patients, then we can be more forgiving. It's okay to commit mistakes, and that is where we learn from it, right? And again, we do not intentionally harm even the mannequin, but we acknowledge that nurses or students can make mistakes, and that's why we can practice again. And this is where there's repetition without patient harm. So if there's a thing, or if there's a procedure that you're not familiar with, or you constantly are, when you're practicing a specific procedure, you're not able to do it right the first time, you can keep on practicing and repeating at the using the mannequin. So I'm gonna show a very short video. I hope you can hear it. If you get context, you can hear it.
Hi, my name's Anna. I'm gonna be your nurse today.
Hi, Anna.
Can you give me your name?
Yeah, it's Hal.
Hal, can you please move your head to the right? Can you please move your head to the left?
I'm not gonna play the entire video, but like just gonna be showing you some snippets of it as to how advanced the simulators are. These are like high fidelity mannequins, and like for example, we're doing your sternal route, and the patient will actually react, or the mannequin will actually react like an actual person. See, like you're checking for your movement and stuff like that, like visual control. So I hope that our schools are investing in this type of technology there in the Philippines, because it seems like we won't be practicing. I mean, like we still do to an extent practice with our actual patients, right? That's why we have clinical exposure. But for specific things, especially something that is invasive, it's always good to practice first with a mannequin before we do it. So these mannequins can cry, can sweat, like we can manifest different type of stuff. or different observable behaviors. Setup, you can have your ostomy tubes and stuff. I said you can have feedback mechanisms for your CPR. If you want intra-osseous medication administrations, you can have that too. So all this stuff and stuff. We have with this technology, I know finances might be a consideration, of course, when our institutions and organizations would, like to purchase some different equipment. I'm not promoting any, just a disclaimer, I'm not promoting any type of equipments here, and I'm not affiliated with Gomard, but I'm just putting it out there that, again, we have equipments and technology that we can use to simulate an actual patient where our nurses or students can learn from, right? Okay, so that's simulation, one of the innovative technologies. Another innovation that we have right now, which boomed during the COVID pandemic, is actually extended reality. By extended reality, this is like an umbrella term for augmented reality, mixed reality, and virtual reality. I think many of you have already played like virtual games, right? Like you have this I forgot what it is, Google Lens or something, where like there's a lens that you put on your head and then you sort of get immersed into the game. So that's basically sort of what extended reality is for nursing education and nursing training. So with augmented reality, it's like you can have a mannequin, and then what they usually do is like when you put on the lens, you might, for example, you might see the veins. Let's say, for example, if you want to insert an IV or a central line for your patient. So with augmented reality, once you put on the lens, in a mannequin, you might see the veins where to insert, or you might see the artery where you want to insert your central lines, right? With mixed reality, it could be like some bits of augmented reality, but then, for example, you are auscultating the lung. So you will see there's a mannequin and you put the lens, and then once you put on the lens, you will see the lungs, and you might see where the consolidated part is. And you know that, oh, this patient might have pneumonia and stuff like that. And then virtual reality is when your virtual environment interacts with you. And this is when, like, put on the lens, you're seeing a patient, for example, and this patient will now talk to you. And the way you interact with the patient or the way you manipulate the environment will then impact how the patient or how the scenario will progress. And this has been very helpful, actually, really, especially in some soft skills for nurses, right? So most of the time we use this training in terms of like communication, managing behaviors for patients and our colleagues, because it can, and I honestly find this very helpful, like especially when you're moving to a different culture, different country, and you start having like conversations, like AI generated scenarios too, which is another innovation that we're going to talk about. So the great thing about this is that this can be, I think that this can be a little cheaper as compared to having those, bigger, heavier simulation equipment. Many of the schools I know have adopted this type of stuff. The only challenge there is creating those scenarios, virtual scenarios that are impactful and applicable to your setting. But again, that's the great thing about it, because you can customize the scenarios. I've attended one conference in Singapore, I think that was last year. And I had a conversation with one of the providers for this type of service, and they said like what they're doing now is, they go into schools, talk to schools in terms of their curriculum, and really try to create scenarios that are aligned with their curriculum and is applicable to the patient population that they are serving with. Because like it doesn't make sense for you to have like maybe US-based scenarios when in fact you're going to be working in a district hospital in the Philippines, or in the Philippines setting, we don't have all the equipment that we might have here in the US, right? So it needs to be localized in a way. So yeah, for those who are in the education side of things, or for those leaders in bigger hospital systems who have invested equipment in education and training, I would strongly suggest that you look into this extended reality as another platform or another way to train our nurses. So I'm going to be showing a short video.
press the Start button to begin.
Hey, the guy here.
As you can see, this is a
interaction. So this is now for Latin modality.
See the patient's deep tissue. You will need to further dissect the deep tissue by using a scalpel again to make a deeper incision, exposing the fibula.
Because again, this is
Look at the side of the patient's neck to verify.
Excellent. You can now see the bone
In the
and
lens,
fracture.
this is what they are seeing, but
Place
like
the
this
forceps
is
back
them.
on the track.
This is you, for example, if you're training, right? This is your ear inside the thing.
The screwdriver can be divided in that first screw. Pull the trigger when you have the screwdriver in position.
Get the gist of it, right? I just want to be mindful of the time. So if any of the organizers, just please let me know if I'm over time, because sometimes I can talk a lot. Okay, AI, artificial intelligence. The thing with artificial intelligence is like there's like AI everywhere nowadays. And sometimes we even think, there has been a lot of conversations that at one point AI and robots will like replace nurses. I don't think that's gonna happen because there's always that human aspect in nursing. I always see AI and technology as partners for us. And it can be a bit challenging. And this is where like now I've been having conversations with leaders and even like some of those startups who are doing AI in healthcare that they have to involve nurses when they want to develop something for us, right? Because sometimes they don't consider the end users and they end up doing something. They end up with a product that adds more to us. True story, and based on my experience, and maybe for those who are using electronic medical recording systems can relate. So when I was new here, I struggled with EMR, you guys. As much as it's nice because there's a lot of click, 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 click. It takes forever sometimes when you're learning the EMR. So my first few weeks here, I timed myself. So I work a 12-hour shift. I can say that maybe like 8 to 10, 5 to 7 to 9 hours of my 12-hour shift is just facing my computer because I have to enter all of the things that I need to document, right? Because of course, care not documented is not done too, is that if you don't document stuff, you don't get paid by the insurance and therefore you will not get your salary. Kidding. But like, yeah, that's the thing here. Like everything has to be documented because that's part of the billing for the patient and stuff like that. And it's a legal thing too. So if you don't document something and something happens to your patient, you can be clinically liable. So yeah, sometimes there's the downside of technology, like we adopt technology without considering the end users and therefore it ends up being a burden to us, especially nurses, because we are now expected to take care of the patient and we are expected to take care of technology too. I digress, but that being said, when we talk about AI, it's very important for us to consider AI, artificial intelligence, as a learning partner. We shouldn't just be relying on AI, please. I know, because at one point while I was here in the States, I worked as an assistant professor in a nursing school here. And it was a bit challenging with some of the students because they were so reliant on AI sometimes, like when you ask them with scenarios and stuff, ChatGPT. And I'm not saying that don't use ChatGPT. I use ChatGPT too, but like I don't rely on ChatGPT, and you should not rely on ChatGPT in terms of clinical judgment and stuff like that. The thing with AI is that, and this is what I know, I'm not an AI guru, but what I know is that AI usually just collects information that is already available out there. It synthesizes information, and therefore, if, for example, if you're assessing a patient and that assessment might be new, AI might not be able to detect that, or maybe AI might not have an information on that. So it's really very important as a nurse, as a practitioner, to make sure that you rely on your own assessment when you are making clinical judgments. In terms of education, as a learning partner, adaptive learning is one of the benefits of AI. So for example, we know that all of us have a different learning curves, and we know that some of us are maybe better than anatomy and physiology versus being better in pharmacology, right? I'm not very good with pharmacology, but that's the thing, like with AI, if you're an educator and you have all the results of all your learners, for example, AI can help you identify which are the areas where your learners struggle. And even for yourself, like if you know that you're not good with this and you like input it in AI, like AI can help fine tune maybe your learning plan, right? As to what are the areas that you should need to focus more on so that you will do better in terms of learning a new thing, right? It can personalize remediation again, if of course if you are being honest to AI and tell AI that these are the areas that I am not very good at, can you help me find resources, right? So it can help you with that. And I think like that is how we should use it instead of like asking answers directly from AI that this is what I'm experiencing. What should I do? Because the thing with AI again is it captures all what it can find in the web, but it might not have the emotional side of things. Like not everything can just be like whatever you find in the internet, right? This is the reason why like sometimes when patients argue with me, I always remind them that as healthcare practitioners, and but I argue, I mean like sometimes they argue that this is what I've Googled, this is what I found on the internet. I usually tell them that, like I've been a nurse for this number of years and this is what I've seen based on my experience and practice. And maybe that's what you see on the internet, but I'm also just sharing what my experience has taught me. And that's the thing, like your actual experience as nurses is very powerful, you guys. Like these are some of the things that you cannot just get from the web or from AI. Clinical reasoning again. With AI, it can again help gather those information, but my hope is that you do not rely on it to have your clinical judgment and clinical reasoning. But it can be a gatherer of information for you, right? Especially if like there's a lot of information that you need, and sometimes you might need to organize it in a way that is easier for you to process. AI, a lot of organizations now have adopted AI in their system so that they can actually use it to facilitate identification of their learners who needs extra support. This is in terms of education. Learners who are needing extra support on specific stuff, right? Because like here, performance and professional improvement is very big. When you're identified as somebody needing help, they will really try their best. We will really try our best to help you out. It's not like, oh, like you're not performing well, terminate. It's not like that. They will really try their best to support you. Not unless you cannot be helped, which I hope is not the case, because I know that we are all intelligent. We want to do our best. So yeah, it's very important to use what is available now in terms of technology to assist us and to be our learning partners, as we learn new things. Digital competency ecosystems. This might be applicable to more on the educator side. So for many of us who are working in the nursing professional development specialty or in academia, during COVID especially, like the learning management systems like Blackboard, Canva, or Canvas, and many other things, learning management systems have really emerged, and it has really helped us in terms of like, identifying competencies that will be applicable for specific units or specific practices. Competency dashboards is a big thing here too. Of course, like in terms of competency, I'm not so sure as to how it is being done in many organizations in the Philippines now, but here they're big in terms of making sure that nurses are assessed in their level of competencies when they join, and annually, especially for those things that are either high risk or are very common or that are being done frequently in their units. Competency dashboards helps educators identify those nurses who might be needing help and therefore need extra training or extra support, extra preceptorship, and stuff like that. And then it also provides learning analytics in terms of, again, which area are you not very good at, so that we can support you and we can find somebody who can maybe mentor you and provide additional trainings. That being said, again, I would love to encourage everyone to proactively really seek out help if you need help. Like don't be scared to ask for help, especially in terms of training and education, because you don't want You don't want them to think that you're not good enough or like you're incompetent. It's not the case. Like for me personally, when a person approaches me and they want to know more or they identify that this is what they need to learn, I would appreciate that more as an educator, because then I will know that, okay, this is how I can help you out. So always seek help. Cultural intelligence, adaptability, and belonging. Another important thing, aside from, when we're moving, aside from technology to help us out, we also need to have cultural intelligence or humility. We need to adapt, and we need to know how to belong, how to integrate, right? And so, over the last few years, I was able to develop my own model of adaptation. This is an evidence-informed model, which I call the bridge model. And I like the concept of it because bridge is like you cross the bridge from one area to another. And isn't it like that? When you're transitioning abroad, you're really crossing either from your home country to the different country that you want to go to. And you're also crossing from your old self to your new self, right? As either a person, as a professional. So bridge is a mnemonic for specific steps in this model that I've developed. And B stands for building cultural awareness and adaptability. So again, as I said, this picture is a group of nurses last year when I had the honor to be part of the Astor Gardens Award. And these are nurses from across the globe. One thing that you will know once you move out is that there are a lot of nurses from different parts of the globe that you will be working with. Different cultures, different expertise, and really just like you will be amazed how great nurses are from different parts of the globe in terms of like caring. So when you move into a new country, or maybe when you move to a new healthcare system, whether it be local or international, you have to be aware culturally. And by culture, it doesn't necessarily mean that, is there a Christian culture, like a Filipino culture or American culture or like a Muslim culture. It's not just like that. It's actually understanding even the work culture and dynamics, right, of this organization, so that you know how you can work well with your team members and making sure that you are able to adapt. Because if you're aware as to how to deal with different people, maybe like this person is, this person does not talk a lot. So maybe you will find a ways to extrapolate some information from this person, right? So if you are culturally aware, then that helps you become more adaptable, and that will help you integrate. Okay, I'm just leaving my phone with the time because I still want to address the Q&A. Readiness through clinical and professional preparation. So for those who are moving abroad, or if you are moving to a different hospital locally in between hospitals, it's always good to be ready clinically and professionally. So by readiness, I mean going through trainings, right? So even IV trainings is one of like the most common trainings that we have there in the Philippines. Basic life support. The only thing is, like, of course, like we have to pay sometimes, but this is the thing. When you are moving, and during the interview, I always ask this, like when I interview for a job, like, what are the trainings that you will provide to help me integrate into your system, right? Or so, because maybe that hospital actually, aside from preceptorship, which is a very common thing or process that most, if not all, hospitals do when they have new employees, they might have additional trainings actually that will help you integrate into the units that you're going to be working. So go through that. Or if you know an organization that provides this type of trainings, go for it, because it's important that you understand what to expect from a clinical perspective. And it's also important for you to understand how to work well with different team members. So very important. I is integration into teams and workflows. Again, I alluded to this in my previous discussions, that once you move into a different organization, there will be different team dynamics. There will be different workflows. So it's always good to understand the team dynamics and how they work together as a team. What's the workflow? Because it will help you manage your time. And on top of that, it will ensure that you work well with the team. Because if you do not work well with your team, it can be so tough for you guys because there's going to be a lot of things that will be delayed, or like you will not be able to provide 100% in terms of quality care and safe care to your patients. It's very important to explore that. When you are preparing to transition as well, it's always important, especially while you're in the process of transitioning, it's very important for you to develop yourself professionally. So develop your professional identity, and if possible, progress into leadership too. And it doesn't mean that you need to be a manager or a supervisor, because I think like this is a very traditional concept of like leadership and management, right? Like I have to have a title, or I have to have this role. Does not necessarily be that way, but make sure that if you're very passionate about something, like for me, I'm very passionate about education, and so I make sure that I get to, I go to activities or like enroll myself in trainings that will benefit me as an educator, if that's your passion. And that's the great thing about working and living abroad, because sometimes they have those opportunities to actually really subspecialize, right? Guidance through ethical and evidence practice. So evidence-based practice is a big thing here in the States, and I'm sure across the globe anyway, and even in the Philippines too. So please make sure that however you do things, that you look at the ethical side of things. You just don't perform it because it's okay to perform it, but if it is against your morals, don't do it. You have the right to actually refuse. Of course, you discuss it with your team and or your line manager and stuff like that. But make sure that you do not do something that is against your morals, because then you will be haunted by it, right? Evidence-based practice, please make sure whatever you do now is in alignment to what the research says, or what is the latest evidence. Many of the organizations here in the States are so reliant on like Lippincott or UpToDate as evidence-based guidelines, because they are updating it on a regular basis, because whatever is true 10 years ago or 5 years ago might not be true now, right? A lot of things have changed, especially COVID has brought a lot of changes, right? The COVID pandemic, like in the way we do infection control, it's so different nowadays, and especially depending on the settings too. So make sure that you are familiar with the evidence when you're working in big and small organizations. When you're working in organizations, make sure that you're familiar with your policies and procedures, the protocols, and practice according to that, okay? Don't say that this is how I do things in the Philippines, or this is how I do things somewhere else. Like whatever the evidence says and whatever your organization says, that has to be done in accordance to your policies. And of course, empowerment for long-term success and retention. So make sure that you empower yourselves as nurses. If you're an educator and a leader, make sure that you empower your team too. And by empowerment, it's, providing them the opportunity to grow, whether in the career that they want to, or whatever aspect in their professional life, right? Coaching and mentoring them to be the best versions of themselves is very important as leaders. And as educators too, we have to make sure that you do not close the gates for information, for the opportunities. I know that sometimes, and I hope that this is not happening in our culture. Sometimes we always talk about this crab mentality, where sometimes we close the gates for other people because like we don't want them to be better than us, or they don't want others to progress more than us. We shouldn't be doing that. We should be helping each other, because how amazing would it be to see others succeed because of you, right? And maybe they are more successful than you. Still, like, you are part of that success because you help them. So help empower others through whatever you do. And for me, like, this is how I help empower others, like by sharing what I know, and being a resource for people or for nurses. So I did not get thorough in my thing, but I did publish a book called Building the Bridge: The Space from Where You Are and Where You Want to Be. This is a shameless plug, so if you want to get your copy, you can grab your copy in Amazon. And it talks about my experience. It's like, and there's some reflections in there for you to like understand my experiences as a person who has transitioned. I know that many can relate, but yeah. Okay. Another mentee, I promise that I will be I will make sure that I'm not over time yet. What helped you most during a major transition in your nursing career? For those who have transitioned, and I know that many of us has transitioned really, in our careers. Like we have transitioned from being a nursing student to a professional nurse. We have transitioned from one country to another. So I'm not too sure if Kababayan. Very good. Yeah, one of the biggest help that I had when I moved here in Boston was really the small Filipino group that I met. There's not it's not a very big group of Filipino community here in Boston and in Massachusetts in general as compared to California or in Texas or some other parts of the States. But everyone that I met here was so amazing and so helpful. So even in the Middle East too. So mga kabayans natin dyan, like everyone has been, for me, they have been an instrument in my transitions. Family and loved one, always. Family will always be there. Educators for sure. Like educators are definitely very helpful in making sure that you transition from the clinical side of things. But co-workers can also be a great resource for you if you're new. A lot, if not all of the co-workers that I've had have been very helpful, both Filipinos and non-Filipinos. Like they will help you find your resources within the community. Yeah, common circles, peer support, leaders, having friends, faith, definitely. I think that's the one thing too. Always make sure that you hold on to your faith, find churches or communities that whatever feeds your soul, right? That's very important. So for us to build sustainable programs, these are some of the things that we have to consider. So if you're a nursing school, make sure that you help your students and learners strengthen their clinical judgment and decision making. Make sure that you get to expose them, whether in simulations and whether in an actual hospital setting. And again, if you have the capacity, try to expand simulation and experiential learning. This is the thing. Nursing is very human-centric, right? When you perform and you do nursing care, as much as we want to do lectures and we want to provide theories and stuff like that, that is futile if you don't apply that in practice. So it's very important for you to really go out there, or it's very important for your nursing students or your learners to really go out there and experience nursing itself by being with a patient, by being with people and doing what they should be doing as healthcare professionals. And then we have to please and try our best to integrate technology and digital health competencies. Technology will never go away. That's the reality now, right? Like wherever you are, whether you're in the Philippines or you're abroad, especially here abroad, technology will always be there. So make sure that we prepare our nurses for that. And then incorporate global health and cultural intelligence into the curriculum. The fact of the matter is, as much as, there's a big push for us to encourage our Filipino nurses to stay at home or to stay in the Philippines, we cannot really prevent others to move abroad. I myself want to move abroad. And again, I'm grateful for the experience that I had in the Philippines, and this is the reason why I'm trying to give back through education and training, and through other advocacies. But many of us would want to also go abroad, right? So since we already know that's a reality, then try to incorporate global health too. Don't just focus on the local, but make it more local and global, right? And cultural intelligence or cultural humility, really inject that to help our nurses and learners understand that there are different cultures out there. It's not just the Filipino culture, especially when you work in healthcare. And I also know that I think we're also moving into medical tourism as well, right? So we also have actually foreigners coming into the country. So that's another thing that we have to keep in mind. Like we're training our nurses to be great nurses, not just globally, but also locally, so that when we have foreigners coming in, we have amazing nurses. And of course, we want to train them very well because we have family members there. Like I would want my mom or my dad, when they get hospitalized, to be taken care of by a globally competent nurse in Bohol, right? So make sure that, we provide the best training that we can as educators. What can healthcare organizations do? Invest in structured onboarding and transition programs. So I know that sometimes as organizations, we might think that, oh, you know what, I want to shorten the orientation or the preceptorship so that I will have more people to help out in the clinical area. Because sometimes when we are in the preceptorship process, those nurses under preceptorship are not counted as staff, right? For those who are familiar in terms of like staffing and all. So sometimes they try to like hurry it up, which can impact the experience and the training itself. So make sure that you properly structure your onboarding process and transition programs. Don't do it, don't like a half-baked transition programs, because that will not be effective, and that will just cost you more if your nurses did not learn very well, and will create like mistakes on your patients. Therefore, eventually patients will not be satisfied. They will not come back to your healthcare organizations. Establish mentorship and peer support systems is a big thing. Like the seniors in your organizations can really help mentor and coach those nurses who are new in their practice. Peer support systems, let nurses go to the peers, and if there are specific areas that they're interested in, inside and outside of the hospital too. I think this is the thing, like, don't just be focused on like making sure that there's like a lot of things happening inside. We have to make sure that we also provide resources, especially for those who are here in the States. If you are in education and leadership, make sure that the resources that you provide with your internationally educated nurses are not just very clinical focused, right? Make sure that you provide community resources too, because the nurses that you're bringing here are not just moving into your hospital, they're moving into the community. Foster cultures of belonging and psychological safety, very important. And by psychological safety, having the confidence and not having the fear of retaliation. When you speak up, when you are proactively advocating for yourself and for your patient, trust that you will not be terminated. Trust that you will not be harmed by your leaders or something like that because you spoke up, right? So there needs to be this aspect of psychological safety. And of course, support ongoing professional development. Find the time to talk to your nurses, ask them, what do you really want? How do you want to grow? How can I support you as your educator, as your leader, as an organization? So here, like, there are a lot, if not most of the organizations here are big into supporting nurses who wants to go for post-grad trainings and stuff. There's really a budget for that. So if your organization has that, tap into it. Don't be shy to ask for like scholarships and stuff like that. There's really a lot. Like it's a matter of just like knowing the process of applying. But I know that many big organizations, even smaller organizations, have that offering for the nurses. And for educators and leaders, again, coach rather than simply evaluate. Don't just be so focused on evaluating how they perform, but really coaching them too, mentoring them on how to do things better, how can they be better versions of themselves, both personally and professionally. Create opportunities for growth and reflection. It's also not good to just be like teaching them or telling them what to do. It's also good to have them reflect on like, where are you right now? What are you doing? How do you think you can be better, and what are the support that you need, right? Because if you just keep teaching them, then if you just keep spoon feeding them, then they might not also know what they want. So it's always good to have that talk and conversation with them. Support nurses through transitions. And again, this is not just the transitions in the clinical area when they're changing roles. Really get to know your staff. Know what they are going through. A lot of the nurses that I've spoken to as an educator, many of them are having issues in learning because they could not focus, because many of them maybe moved to the States, their families are back home, they just delivered a kid a month ago, and now they have to leave that kid back home so they can come to the States. How do you think that person can adapt well and can process all the things that you're teaching them if all they're thinking about is their newborn child in the Philippines, right? So these are some of the things that you have to keep in mind and to look into, because sometimes we...
Hi, Dr. A. May I respectfully intervene for a moment? Due to the interest of time and consideration of our remaining program schedule, as much as we want to hear more experience from you, we will need to move forward from this insightful Q&A portion. Everyone is ready to ask more questions for you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation and for sharing your expertise with our participant. So we are now going to proceed to our open forum and question and answer portion. So participants might type in and send their questions in the Q&A feature in the Zoom. It's just in the Q&A chat box. If you can see that, it's in the more icon. Press Q&A, type your questions clearly in the box provided. We kindly request everyone to keep questions concise and relevant to the topic. So I'm going to the Q&A chat box now, waiting for the tag team to choose that question.
Perfect. So while you're waiting, my final call to action to everyone is
Go
to keep
ahead.
learning, keep adapting, and keep building bridges.
Thank you so much, Dr. A. Here, the first question from Mr. Prince Amir El Hurani. So, what advice would you give to a new nurse or new nurses who aspire to build a career in nursing leadership? So, additionally, what stepping stones or early career experience would you recommend as a foundation for developing strong leadership skills in the nursing profession?
Hi, Prince. I think we're connected in social media. Thank you so much for that question, Prince. My advice is to really put yourself out there. I think like most of the time, sometimes we might think that leadership, for you to start being a leader, you have to have the title or you have to be offered a job of being a manager or something like that. But it doesn't have to be, like step up, whatever you're given, like when you're in the clinical area and if there's an opportunity for you to lead something, whether that be a committee or just really doing something that maybe others are not stepping up into the plate. By doing that, that will help develop your leadership skills. That's the first thing. And of course, like seek out those opportunities too. Have the conversation with your leaders in the unit, like because sometimes, sometimes we will wait like, oh, who wants to do this? If you see that there is an area that can be improved and you see that the team will benefit if something leads that initiative, do that. For those who are familiar with quality, like there's this aspect of like quality improvement projects. And usually if you identify a gap in the clinical area and you see that something can be done with it, be that leader who identifies that area for improvement, work with the team too. So as a leader, you can never be a leader if you don't have followers, right? So make sure that you also work with the team and understand that these other team members might have some valuable inputs in terms of identifying those areas that can be improved. So I think like for me, that's the stepping stone, and eventually things will just follow because then your leaders will see that, oh, like this person has the leadership capacity and is able to deliver, and therefore we should provide an opportunity like for a formal or official leadership role for this person. I hope that answered your question, Prince.
Thank you so much, Dr. A. And for everyone who participated in the Q&A portion, thank you so much. Now let me call on my co-moderator for the awarding of certificate.
Thank you, Ms. Catherine. I'm one of the program moderators. I'm Jana Sanchez, and I'm honored to present our certificate and token of appreciation to our distinguished speaker. May we virtually present our certificate of appreciation to Dr. A in grateful recognition of their valuable contribution in this webinar. This certificate of appreciation is proudly presented to Dr. Jose Arnold Tariga in grateful recognition of his exceptional service as guest speaker for delivering an inspiring and insightful lecture that reflected his profound expertise and remarkable journey as a nurse who has achieved significant milestone in the profession. His dedication, leadership, and exemplary contribution to nursing have motivated and empowered participants to pursue excellence, integrity, and compassion in their practice. Presented in connection with the free international webinar of the Global Nursing Leadership Summit 2026, with the theme Advancing Evidence-Based Practice for Future Healthcare, Leading the Future of Global Healthcare, held on June 13, 2026, conducted virtually via Zoom. Signed by our dear advisors and professors, Dr. Joseph Errol Cuevas, Dr. Juanito Liabres Jr., our Wesleyan University Philippines Master of Arts in Nursing Program Head, Dr. Carmela Del Rosario, and the Dean of Wesleyan University Philippines Graduate School, Dr. John Mark Bondoc. Inviting our speaker, our program head, dean, and president, team leaders for a quick photo op. Documentation team, please take the photo. Congratulations and thank you once again. With this, I will now give Catherine the floor for another exciting activity.
Thank you so much. Everyone's looking wonderful in that photo op. So we're going to proceed to our next raffle draw. So again, make sure that you have scanned the QR code. Winners will be selected randomly. Participants must be present during the announcement of winners, and once your name is called, kindly respond in the chat box within 3 seconds to claim your prize. A representative from the registration committee will be contacting you for your prize. Okay, so are we all ready? Please prepare your virtual drum rolls because we are giving away minor prizes of credits applicable to NCLEX Pro's enrollment fee. And for later, we also have major prizes, free enrollment without one-on-one coaching for NCLEX
Sa
Pro.
ginamit natin English examinations ngayon, alin ang bagay
Participants who
sa'yo?
enroll during the event, excluding the 2 free enrollment fee, enrollment winners may avail of the 2-for-1 enrollment promotion, wherein they bring one companion to join under the same enrolled package amount. So you can bring your friend with you if you win.
Review sa amin pa rin kayo magte-take ng actual examination. Piliin ang IELTS, piliin ang British Council 9.09er testing centers.
Want to work, study, or live abroad? It all starts with one thing. Your English test. IELTS, OET, PTE, CELPIP, TOEFL, TOEIC, Duolingo, whatever your goal, we can help you pass your English test. 9.09er has helped
We
thousands
will be
of
giving
candidates
away 500 peso credits for NCLEX Pros applicable to the enrollment fee.
Get started with your overseas application. Message us for more information.
Why do nursing students fail the board exam? Reason 1. Poor time management. Poor time management equals last-minute panic. Reason 2. No structured review plan. No structured review plan equals confusion and overwhelm. Reason 3. No coaching support. No coaching support equals lack of guidance and direction. Pass with confidence. Join Supreme Review Academy's structured program today.
Giving the floor back to Ma'am Jinra to start the raffle.
RN.
That's right, Catherine. We have more from NCLEX Pros. We will be now giving away 750 peso credit for NCLEX Pros applicable to the enrollment fee. Our first lucky winner for 750 credit. We are so excited. Please spin the wheel now, tech team. Congratulations, Sir Amiel. Again, kindly type present with your first and last name and your email address in the chat box. Okay, let's spin the wheel again, tech team, for our next winner. Congratulations, Sir B. Kindly type present with your first and last name and of course your email address in the chat box. Again, a representative from the registration committee will be contacting the winners for your prize. Once again, big thanks to NCLEX Pros for being one of our collaborators. We are now giving away 1,000 peso credit for NCLEX Pros applicable to the enrollment fee. Stay with us until the end for the drawing of our major prize winners from NCLEX Pros.
Okay, wait, Jinra, I think I need to give away the other monetary prize of 5,000 pesos. So if everyone is ready, Tech team, you can spin the wheel for the 5,000 peso winner. And the winner for 5,000 pesos is Mr. Kirby Gakutan. Congratulations! Please type your first and last name and put your email address on the chat box. The registration committee will contact you for your prize. Thank you so much, everyone who participated here in our webinar. Let's go back to our program proper. Let's go back to our program proper moderator, Miss Kathleen Rubio.
Thank you, Catherine and Jinra. We now move on to our second lecture session. May we call our dear professor, Dr. Joseph Errol Cuevas, to introduce our next speaker.
Good day, everyone. It is my privilege to introduce our global leader in nursing excellence, education, and healthcare quality improvement. Our speaker is Mr. Cipriano Mayor, One-Net Program Director and Nurse Manager for Accreditation and Professional Excellence at Cleveland Clinic, Abu Dhabi. Under his leadership, Cleveland Clinic Abu Dhabi achieved a historic milestone, becoming the first hospital in the United Arab Emirates and the youngest organization in the world to earn magnet designation from American Nurses Credentialing Center. Mr. Mayors bring a distinguished international career spanning clinical education, academic teaching, and healthcare leadership across the United Kingdom and the Middle East. He has served as a lecturer, clinical educator, education and development consultant, and director in a training consultancy firm in London, shaping future-ready healthcare professionals and advancing practice standards. He earned his Bachelor of Science in Nursing from Far Eastern University and completed postgraduate studies from leading UK institutions, including King's College London's South Bank University, City University of London, and a Master's in Clinical Education from the University of East Anglia. He is a fellow of the Higher Education Academy and a certified professional in healthcare quality, and is currently advancing his expertise through a doctoral study in education and Six Sigma Black Belt certifications. In his current role, he works at the forefront of quality and patient safety at Cleveland Clinic Abu Dhabi, leading initiatives that strengthen key performance, outcomes, enhance patient experience, and elevate staff engagement, while ensuring alignment with the global standards of excellence. Today, we are honored to gain insight from his expertise and experience in leadership in advancing excellence in healthcare. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Ryan Mayor. Thank you so much, sir, and the floor is yours.
Without further delay, let us welcome again Sir Cipriano Ryan Mayor. The virtual floor is now yours.
Right, good morning. I just want to make sure that the volume is good enough and you can hear me loud and clear. Is that okay? Give me a thumbs up. That works, right? Okay, again, I'm getting thumbs up, so that means it's okay. Right, so thank you for that very nice introduction. And I'm going to leave the management of my slides through the tech teams, and I think they know that already. So let me put on my Boy Abunda reading glasses because I'm blind without it. So I hope it works. And good morning to everyone, wherever you are. It's good evening, good afternoon, whatever. But it is 7:44 a.m. here in Abu Dhabi right now. And Arnold, thank you for your presentation. It kind of reminded me of three key things in my history. It reminded me of my first exposure in the United Kingdom. So I was in UK in 1999 and initially worked in the Midlands, Nottingham. And I was really scared to answer the phone for the first 2 weeks during my work over there. So, I keep on hearing the statement, "Ayo, midok." Remember, this is an English country, so that is the language that they use. But every time you pick up the phone, you see people within the workplace, and they say "iyo midok." I just didn't understand anything. So it is really the language. It is also about many other things like Dr. Arnold Tariga actually mentioned. So that's really true. That kind of cultural adjustment that we have to do. So, but the meaning of that is really simple. How is it going, my love, or my friend, my mate, whatever? It's just really like a pleasant greeting, "Eyo, midok." But we are in that English country. And the second one is, it reminded me as well that the journey within nursing, I'm just so lucky to have that kind of place in the organization called Cleveland Clinic Abu Dhabi. And I said I'll be in Abu Dhabi or Cleveland Clinic for a year and go back to London. But in October, I'm turning 10 in this country, and that says a lot, right? And the third thing that I'm going to mention, and this is probably a very sticky subject and a sticky situation, it is true about you being paid for your passport. Yeah, so salary is still a sticky conversation, but beyond that, Filipino nurses are still recognized for work ethic and skills. And I've worked in the Philippines, I've worked briefly in Kuwait for less than a year, and then moved to UK in 1999. And in the UK as well, we are regarded as the great group of nurses in an organization. Now, it reminds me that, the Charles Darwin theory of evolution. I think Filipinos are really adaptable. We evolved to survive, and not just survive, but we evolved to excel, which is a really good thing. And you have to give yourself a pat on your back because, the kind of training that you have, the adaptability that we have, we just really strive and actually excel wherever we go. And that's a fact for me. And based on the people I've met in my very long years of nursing in different countries. So I'd like to say thank you to the batch 15 of the MAN at Wesleyan University. It is actually quite a full circle for me because I love my mom so much, and she's really instilled me the values of education. And she studied in Wesleyan University years and years ago. So this is something that I'm going to cherish because I'm able to actually do this in this university. A little bit of me. So I grew up in Romblon. I did my elementary education, kindergarten, elementary, and high school in Romblon. Moved to Manila and studied nursing in Farsi University. But nursing, it was a second option then. Do not judge me. Second option. That's right. So I really wanted to be an educator and be a professor, and then eventually be working in an academia, and was leaning towards BS chemistry and BS physics, and that was really my bag, the thing that I really would like to do. I taught my brothers and sisters how to read, so I was really into education. And then obviously my mother interfered and said, "No, what are you going to do with education? You go abroad, you have cousins and aunties abroad, so they can actually help you and be successful." Because we know during that time, it is really essential to be a productive person when it comes to the financial matters. So that's the reason why I went abroad. But the great thing about nursing, and you need to really inculcate this, imbibe this, and believe in it, that nursing is multifaceted. I didn't know that I'm going to teach eventually, but it happened. And I'm still teaching, and I'm actually leading at the same time. So I'm really grateful to this profession. So I worked in Kuwait and I worked in UK for maybe 17, 18 years. I don't know if you do the calculation. I was there 1999, moved 2016, so maybe less than that. So it's quite a long time. And anyway, I hope I have my fellow Tamaros as well in the building, in the chat. And also I'd like to give a shout out to Raina Lynn, who works with me in the organization Cleveland Clinic Abu Dhabi. So my presentation, I actually prepared this as a through Copilot. I got busy in the last 2 weeks, and I said to myself, okay, let me try the Copilot. I usually do my own spin on my presentations, every presentation that I do. So I said, let me give Copilot a try. It took me 10 minutes. I gave prompts, like making it interactive, colorful, and you'll see later on, it's not really my cup of tea to a certain level, but I hope it works for you. And yeah, so tech team, can we go on with the presentation, please? Thank you. Okay, so in alignment with Arnold's presentation, I really would like to go in a different vein when it comes to presenting this. I would like to make sure that this is foundational. When you go abroad, when you go to US, when you go to UK, or go to UAE, wherever you want to go, Australia, for example, New Zealand, they're quite common destination these days. I really would like to make sure that we have the foundational support, the foundation understanding of what an excellent nurse is, because wherever we go, we want to be an excellent nurse, right? So the topic will revolve around what is in you, within you, what you need to do to really thrive. And again, I keep on saying this, but excel at the same time. So are you ready? So the talk is about strengthening nursing foundations and, of course, building the future of care, because this is in our hands and we are the future. So next slide, please. Okay, so I'd like you to go through the Menti and just tell me what is an excellent nurse. I didn't pay subscription for this, so I'll probably get the top 50 comments and see how that's gonna look like. Interesting. I like it that it's so many of you are saying compassionate, which is truly the art of nursing, very caring, yeah. Positive attitude. You know what's really coming up here? It is really showing the caring side. So when you say caring, it is really encompassing the empathy, the dedication, adaptability, resilience. When you're caring, you do everything that you can do in your power to actually make sure that you give the best care for your patients. Excellent. I'm going to stop there. And let me just take a... okay, sorry, that's fine. I just really would like to get a screenshot of that one, tech team, just to make sure I have a record for myself. Okay, there you go. Right, so thank you for sharing who and what is an excellent nurse. Very, very insightful. And knowing the majority of you actually rely on how we feel when we deliver care, how we feel when we look after ourselves, how we feel when we do community work, and how it impacts on the service. and the kind of feeling that we get for giving the best care that possible to another person. Okay, next slide, please. And I really would like you to commend you for actually being truthful about how you feel about the whole thing. Now, the feeling and the future, sometimes they collide, right? So we can say, oh, this is how we really feel. But then again, the feeling could be subjected to many, many precursors in life. So healthcare is really evolving, and whether we like it or not, the future is here. And in our organization, we have so many AI agents, basically, and we encourage our frontline staff to be more proactive when it comes to using these AI agents, basically. We even have an innovation week, and we make sure that there is a competition, there is a kind of recognition as well when it comes to coming up with an idea. We have a strategy kitchen where you basically go there and actually come up with ideas, you post it on the board, and it will be themed, and then come up with a plan next to that. So we know it is coming. It's not coming, it is here, and we want to make sure that we are adaptive to it. Like, for example, you come up with an AI agent, for example, at this point in time, maybe tomorrow it's not going to be relevant anymore because another one's going to come up and supersede it. So we are very much aware that it is here. But knowing that it is here, how do we prepare for that? How do we prepare, or what do we have in us to be adaptable to it? Next slide, please. All right, so there is a proven formula for readiness. I'm as a disclaimer, I'm not selling Magnet to you. I'm selling the concept of the components of the Magnet Recognition Program, because I really think it captures who is an excellent nurse. Okay, there are 5 components for this. So for those who do not know Magnet is a recognition program, the gold standard of nursing excellence. Okay, you have around nearly 10% of Magnet organizations in the world. And that's not too many, but it is actually starting to encroach around Europe, Middle East. And we now have, in fact, like a sister of the Magnet, which is a Pathway Excellence. And I was in the United States for the Magnet conference. And one of our hospitals in Manila actually received a Pathway to Excellence. And that was amazing. It was exhilarating to see Filipinos from Manila, from the Philippines, walking that Magnet stage. So amazing. So it is really that kind of platform that champions excellence. So there are 5 components there. So when we say 5 components, these are the things. I hope that when you start reflecting on these components, realize that these are the things that we basically need to imbibe and reflect on, saying that, okay, these are the things that I need to do, I already have, that I can consider myself as an excellent nurse. There are 5 things: transformational leadership, structure empowerment, exemplary professional practice, new knowledge and innovation, and empirical quality outcomes. Those are the 5 things. I'm going to break it down to pieces and come up with examples so we get to digest and actually look at ourselves innately, and do I have those things? Am I practicing in the same manner? Okay. And then just another background of Magnet. This was identified in 1983, huge research study in the United States. They divided US into 4 quadrants and actually picked the best hospitals and looked at the practice of nurses. And the couple of questions are why are nurses staying in this organization for a very long time? Why are they the results of patient care, like, for example, patient experience, nurses satisfaction, and the metrics were amazing in those organizations. And they found 14 forces of magnetism that eventually got compressed into the 5 components that we're going to be talking about. Next slide, please. Right, so why this formula works. Now, this is from the research study, the Magnet 3.0 released in 2024. Okay, so they had a huge sample coming from United States and outside United States, and they found 51% positive results when it comes to patient outcomes. That kind of impact by applying the formula of nursing excellence. 67% for the nurse outcomes. Amazing, huh? Organizational outcomes, 70%. So meaning to say you have excellent nurses working within the organization, embodying those 5 components. That means to say that you have a positive impact on organizational outcomes. That makes you really highly viable for the organization. And 59% economic outcomes. And we can actually improve on that when we get to the specifics later on. Thank you. Next one. Just make sure you ask your questions later. I'm going to devote more time when it comes to your Q&A because I think experiential thing is really powerful. Now, where the evidence is strongest with the 5 components, there is a very strong support when it comes to transformational leadership, structural empowerment. Keep on thinking about this. The first 2 of the components actually take the cherry. Basically, it's the pinnacle of it when it comes to that, because it seems like the idea of leadership is not really about titles. I think Arnold actually mentioned or alluded to this earlier, but leadership is not really about you being the director, the chief nursing officer. It is really about you finishing a nursing degree, passing your board exam, and working in a hospital and thinking that you're there to make a difference. And when you think you're making a difference in the lives of your patients, you are a leader, right? So I would like you to start thinking that concept that you are coming to work or you're going to a community hospital, wherever that would be, you go to an educational room or a classroom. That's what I meant. You are already a leader by doing that. You don't need to have many titles next to your name. Okay? And there is a strong indication about that kind of very strong support and strong support for new knowledge innovation. For me, everything follows when you have great leadership. You have a structure that empowers you. Everything follows after that. Next slide, please. So everything that I'm actually telling you right now, this is research-based, and this is actually brand new as well. And you're probably one of the first to actually see this outside the US. Okay, let's talk about the first component. You guys can actually read this, right? And I'm not gonna bore you to actually, I know it's too heavy, too wordy at the same time. I just would like to give you a few things about transformational leadership. Okay, when you say leadership, you are motivating others, you empower people, you look after them in terms of professional development, just really that kind of caring person for others to advance at the same time. You're a servant leader, you're always out there for them, you have an open door policy, you basically have the empathy at the same time, which you guys mentioned earlier during the Menti. Transformational leadership is actually from top to bottom or bottom to top, okay? So we're thinking about that kind of a cascade of information, cascade of learning, cascade of many things that we do within nursing. So in our organization and in some of the organizations that I worked for in the past, we make sure that, like the most recent conversation I had from one of the leaders within a particular organization, they said the cascade of information or the movement of decision-making is coming 70% from the front line going up to the highest level. And the reason for that is when you think about what's happening on the floor, the CNO doesn't know everything, okay? It will be a variety of versions that they're going to hear when it goes up to the CNO. Who knows what's happening on the floor? No one else but the frontline staff. So if you are in that kind of mindset, in that kind of frame of thinking, And if you're in a leadership role as well, you always have to think about what's happening there on the floor. And that is leadership, without title. Okay, so we have in an organization a thing called unit-based councils, for example, and I'm sure you probably have the same type of group in the Philippines. It's really heavy in United States because Magnet is from United States. When we think about the unit-based council structure, everything's actually being decided upon on this layer of the frontline staff because you guys know everything. And if you know everything, you can come up with a plan to improve things within the particular unit. If it becomes really, really successful, and you would say, for example, you gain 1 billion dirhams, that will be will be recognized and will be shared to other teams as well, and it will cascade up. Okay, the CNO will be very happy. 30% is coming from the highest level, which is cascaded down to the front line, because we know we should have that kind of constant communication up and down. So transformation leadership is really about you being able to speak up at the same time, being allowed to speak up. Okay, and Arnold already mentioned a lot about that. Do not fear. Okay, psychological safety is already in action in many organizations, in many countries at the same time. And I really hope that Philippines are actually doing the same thing. Next slide, please. Second one is about structural empowerment. I think from the words itself, you have the structure. You need to have a structure that allows you to be able to speak up and not fear retaliation. Okay. Now, in the organization I work for, we have a shared governance system. Okay, and I manage the overall structure of the shared governance. So we have the unit-based council, you have the coordinating council, you have the nursing executive council on top. So meaning to say, we have a lot of every unit has a unit-based council. Okay, and then you have chairs for each of those. So in our organization, the managers sit in a council, but they're not allowed to vote, because the tendency is, and it's probably true in many cultures, that the minute you have a conversation about something, blah 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 blah, and you're asked to decide on a vote by show of hand, and then the manager would say, "Oh, actually, I really like the idea of option A." The minute you go for voting, okay, who likes option A? Everyone raises their hand, and I like option A, right? In the charter that we wrote for the unit-based council, we want to make sure that this is designed by the frontline staff. Okay, managers are not allowed to vote; they're allowed to coach the team, but the members will be able to vote. And whatever comes up from that becomes a decision. They come up with a PDCA, a Plan, Do, Check, Act, for example, type of quality improvement, and hopefully it works. And if it works, then that's kudos to the team. Okay, then the chairs it's happening on a monthly basis, and the chair for each of those units will go up, and they will develop into these groups of coordinating councils. Okay, so you have acute care, critical care, ED imaging, you have peri-op space, and you have ambulatory. So you have 4. These each is a group of chairs from each of those departments or institutes. Okay, so meaning to say, whatever is happening on this level on the lower side, it is actually being cascaded and actually discussed upon this group. Okay, and then eventually these 4 leaders of the councils, of the coordinating council, will be invited at the 3rd or 4th week of each month, and they'll be sitting with the CNO, executive directors, Magnet, and the rest of the people in a oval room, and have conversation about the things that happened during the particular month, the recognition, the successes, the challenges. In fact, one of the conversations happening from the senior level is the CNO would say, "What are your challenges, and how can I help you overcome that challenge?" Isn't that amazing? And it will be cascaded down again, and it's happening every single month. Now, For this to happen and for this to work, you really need to speak up. So I'm going back to again to the original premise, which is you being able to speak up. Speaking up is not about knowing something, it's also about how you feel, reflecting on something and what works and what doesn't work, and being able to articulate that. Okay? And how to do that, you have so many tools that you can use in your arsenal. When you're studying nursing, when you start developing that kind of this kind of platform of speaking up, and I really would like you to research on this. Start building that within your arsenal, because that will come really handy when you start working in bigger or in smaller or bigger organizations out there, not just in the Philippines, but eventually abroad, because that's usually there's that kind of calling for many nurses now everywhere. Okay, next slide, please. The third one is exemplary professional practice or excellence in practice. Now, the short definition for this component is your knowledge, skills, and attitude, your KSA or KSB, knowledge, skills, and behavior. You know, when you looked at LinkedIn these days, and I've heard this from many human resources people, when they start looking at your CV and start having, getting an interview, for instance, they really look at the kind of attitude behavior you present, because knowledge and skills are teachable. Now, there is that kind of difficulty, a level or a different layer when it comes to getting to the right attitude or behaviors. They look into that. So when we think about an excellent nurse, we look at really being knowledgeable, being really skillful with the right mindset and behavior attached to that. Okay, there are so many foundational courses there when it comes to how do you build that right behavior in the healthcare setting. And I really would like you to look into that kind of specifics as well. Now, if I'm going to break down the component number 3, which is what makes you an excellent nurse, because this is the component that brings into brings all the specifics that you have, the arsenal that you have, into converting this into an outcome, right? So when we say exemplary professional practice, we're thinking about you apply the model of nursing that you do, that you use in the organization, or if you're still studying at this point in time, what is the practice model that you follow when it comes to coming to a classroom, for example, and then going to your related learning experience in the hospital. I don't know if you still call it RLE, but in any setting during your student life, what is the model of practice that you're following at that during that point? We need to think about interprofessional. Okay, nursing is not just the only profession within healthcare, right? We need to collaborate with others. Magnet looks into this like you are not really just working in silo. The patient's not going to be well because of an amazing nursing care. It is really about the collaboration of people around you. So this is also an indication that when we start having this great relationship with your physicians, for example, with your allied health, with your non-clinical staff, that is an indication of how you start not an indication, but it is starting to broaden your communication, your relationship, and especially the working relationship with others. Under the exemplary professional practice as well is about, now this is probably a question I'm going to ask, and if you get a chance later on, I'd like you to type in the chat box whether do you get, for those that are nurses now, do you get a periodic performance evaluation or your appraisal? I really would like you to make sure that you take it seriously, because it is an indication of the kind of relationship you have within the organization and the leaders within the organization, especially the people that you report to, and also the development that you have for yourself moving forward. Okay, we also advocate the idea of peer review. Okay, I don't know if you've come across peer review, but it is a mechanism or a system or platform where you basically you have a list of peer review statements based on the organization behavior or standard that's expected of you. For us, we only have 5 questions, but they're Likert in a way, and your colleague will peer review you during the mid-year. Okay, because it is really telling for an organization that that does that, because they're really caring for your welfare, for your development in that particular hospital, or whether you work in a community setting, it could be a clinic. So it's even in the organization, like the professors and teachers in university, I really would like that to be happening as well, that peer review is present, because it helps in our development. And of course, the ethical issues under this component that Arnold already mentioned earlier. The next one is innovation in practice. Can we go to the next slide, please? All right, so you innovate or fall behind. Okay, so we already talked about this: research, evidence-based practice, and Arnold alluded to Lippincott, and because that's exactly what we're using as well. But I'm not. This is a disclaimer. I'm not saying anything, but you need to have that kind of platform where you actually get that kind of educational support and learning support, so that you always embrace research and evidence-based practice. In the organization that we work for, we have a KPI around research and evidence-based practice. We want to make sure that some of the projects are based on that one. We send abstracts and we publish. By the end of the year, for example, we want to make sure that our caregivers submit something for publication. And when you do, that's an amazing thing, and that's a great recognition for you. So there is a kind of always challenge to all the nurses that we have. We submit abstracts, and mind you, our organization submits so many abstracts, actually get the chance to be a finalist and present in national and international settings. So think about how you go to that particular level and how you get on how you get there. Okay, next one. All right, empirical outcomes. So you add the red, the green, the purple, and the blue. I mean, you add the transformation leadership, you add the structural empowerment, research, evidence-based practice, and the rest of the other 4, you get the 5-1, which is the empirical outcome. So when you come to work, you want to know if whatever you're doing is working, right? And you get an outcome. I don't think you go to work every morning and say, okay, I'm done, I'm gonna go home. I don't know if you agree with me. Maybe some of us think that way. Like, I go to work, I get my salary at the demand, go home, sleep, and party. It could be that too. But unbeknownst to others, okay, maybe if that is your way of thinking, unbeknownst to you, if you do your job to the best of your ability, we know that you're creating an outcome for yourself, for your patient and family, for the organization, and for the community. Think about that kind of ripple effects, because it is happening whether you like it or not. Now, I come to work, I greeted my patient warmly, I had a conversation with the family, I tried to get to know the patient, went through the whole gamut of looking after my patient, and my patient was really happy and started smiling. The next day, I realized the patient was discharged and gave an amazing feedback to the organization because I looked after the patient really well. Cipriano and the physician and the team, they were so collaborative, and we were given 5 out of 5. Now, think about that. I mean, I'm getting the salary at the end of the month. But when you hear that kind of recognition that you've made a huge impact to your patient, that is something else. So we measure that into a certain data, And there are 3 reasons why you come to work. And I don't know, whatever it is, you come to work for a reason, it has an outcome. There are 3 major buckets. So when you can challenge me on this one, because when you come to work and you do great service to your patients and their families and the organization, the first bucket is patient experience. They go home, they're alive, they're very happy for the service that you provided. They gave you 5 out of 5. It will be collated and then it will be benchmarked. Okay. The second bucket is.
Sir Cipriano, sorry to intervene. Just reminding we have 4 minutes left for the discussion, then we'll proceed to
I'm
Q&A.
almost there.
Thank you.
Okay, so the second bucket basically is the second most important for me, but not being that important to you. The second bucket is the metric. Okay, so you come to work, you turned your patient really well on time every 2 hours. You did all the pressure injury bundles. You implemented them, and the patient didn't get hospital-acquired pressure injuries. Okay, and went home without any happies, right? And then you collate the information, you have 0 happy for that particular month. Isn't that amazing? So you made an impact to the patient's life. That's the third one of the most important why Magnet is there and why we're talking about nursing excellence is because we want to be happy as nurses, right? Okay, the basic premise is I come to work really happy, I make other people happy, I go home happy. I get my salary on time, and because I did an amazing project and it made a different outcome, an amazing outcome to my patients and the organization, I get a bonus. Okay, nurse satisfaction is the main reason why we have the 5 components of Magnet. Okay, what makes us happy? Now I've seen the latest survey on what makes nurses happy. And it is not really about the dollars, the dirhams, or the pounds that you get. Money is actually in the top 10. I'm not going to lie about it. But one of the first 2 is really about how you're being valued in the organization. In fact, in the top 5, one of the crazy things that I just found out is nurses are already happy when when a leader or a colleague says, thank you for helping me today. It really made my life, light and whatever you call it. Okay. Sometimes saying thank you Cipriano thanks Cipriano for today. Sometimes that's 50% meaningful. But when you say to a person, Cipriano, thank you, tap on my shoulder. Cipriano, thank you very much for supporting me in turning my 3 patients last night. So that really, I really appreciate that. Give a context where you're saying thank you, and that's in the top 3. So nurse satisfaction is really important. And for you to be, as an organization, we really need to look into that recognition piece at the same time. Next slide, please. Right, so all nurses are leaders, and professional development is not an option. It is really interconnecting the rest of the components that we have. Next slide. I'm not gonna go. Okay, I'll just really quickly go through this, and it was already mentioned earlier. CSAID is the youngest organization in the world with 4 years and 7 months in 2019 upon getting the first magnet and the first magnet hospital in the UAE. We received we have received 16 exemplars on our second magnet in 2024, and that's amazing. And that's one of the highest, I believe. I think the last time I checked the magnet site, it was 17. One of the organizations received 17. We're 16, so not bad for an organization like us. So, and it really works, and I'm really proud to do the workplace that I have now. Next slide. We can skip this, but I think it is very self-explanatory. But I believe that this presentation is going to be shared to everyone, right? Okay, next slide, please. Now, this is my parting shots with you. Now, on the left column, you have the magnet components. Okay, so try and tick the boxes in your head where you're at this point in time. Okay. Now, the penultimate level is actually going to the farthest right. Okay. Now, think about these grids, and when you go back to school or you back to work, think where you are, and think about the things that you still need to do to build a stronger nursing career, not just because you want to be happy, but actually make a difference in the lives of others. Now, it's not just about yourself, your patient, it's also about having positive outcomes for those too, because it will impact on the organization and it will impact on the community as well that you serve, and the world eventually, because small ripples of goodness will be goodness to everything and everywhere else. Right, that ends my session. I'm ready. I'm really excited about the Q&A because I think, oh, there's one short video, less than a minute. Okay, fire away.
As a result of the final review, it is my absolute honor and privilege to officially notify you that the Commission on Magnet has unanimously voted to credential Cleveland Clinic Abu Dhabi as a magnet organization. You are, in fact, the first magnet organization in the United Arab Emirates. Congratulations.
All right, so the bald guy over there in front, that's me. And majority of the people there in the front row, they're my magnet champions. And it was an amazing day. I'll never forget it in my entire life. So I'm just really glad to be able to share this with you. And I really hope that we cross our path in the very near future. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Cipriano, for that enriching and informative presentation. With this, I'll give the virtual floor back to Catherine for our question and answer portion.
Thank you so much, Kathleen. So we are now opening the floor once again for questions and discussions. So participants may raise questions through the dedicated Q&A features in the Zoom. Look at the bottom part of your Zoom screen, click Q&A, or the more icon, choose Q&A. So type your questions clearly in the box provided and click send to submit your questions. We kindly request everyone to keep questions concise and relevant to the topic. So I have one question here for Sir Cipriano. So which of the following best reflects a magnet compliant approach to shared governance? That's from Amazing Grace Rodriguez.
All right, so when we talk about shared governance, this sits nicely under component number 2. So when you get a chance to, when you go home and actually get the chance to open your laptop and search for structural empowerment under Magnet, it will give you a lot of information about shared governance, or just type shared governance in general. Now, I think that it says here being compliant to Magnet when it comes to shared governance. Shared governance has different phases. It's really multifaceted. It depends on the organization vision, mission, and values. Okay, in the organization that I work for, our shared governance is patterned in terms of what the chief executive officer that cascades the KPIs, the key performance indicators that go straight to the CNO. The CNO will pick at least a few of those scorecards, basically, and that is cascaded straight down to the bottom of of the hierarchy, which is the front line. And I see the real value there. And to be compliant, we want to make sure that you have the charter and you basically follow the, for example, HACs, the hospital acquired conditions, HAPIs, CAUTIs, CLUBSIs, and FOLS. That is part of the mainstream of what we do within the unit-based council. Okay. And for us to be successful in that one, we want to make sure that there are projects associated with it, but frontline nurses are heavily involved in the development of this particular practice. I hope I answered your question. So shared governance is everywhere, and in fact, this is my opinion that shared governance is the backbone of nursing excellence.
Thank you.
Because,
Thank you so much.
Can I just add one thing? You can be an excellent nurse to yourself, but to be an excellent nurse, you need to have that kind of vibes around you as well, that kind of relationship that you build with others as well to be an excellent person, excellent nurse person.
Thank you so much, Sir Cipriano. What a wonderful response, and we learned a lot from that. So now let's now have an open forum with both you and Dr. A, so that you can share your insights with us. Dr. A, you're still there? Hello.
Hi, Cipriano.
Thank you. So I have one topic for you to discuss. So one by one, we can start first with Dr. A. So I'll just choose one question here. Let me check first in the Q&A chat box. Let's see if the tech team chose something, like chose a question.
I hope it's not a very difficult question.
Not it's only one. I see one question from here. What are the most important habits nursing students should cultivate early to become effective leaders in the future? Well, let's start first with Doc A.
Habits. Let me think about important habits. I think consistency in terms of like just being present. It's very important because I think like with what we have right now, like there's a lot of different things that distracts us, as learners, as students, and even as leaders too. So like just being present, being consistent in that being present will help you become a good leader. I hope that made sense.
Thank you so much. So now let's move to Sir Cipriano. Let me just repeat the question for you. So what are the most important habits nursing students should cultivate early to become effective leaders in the future?
Okay, let me take off the headphone because it's my turn to answer the question, right? Okay, so this is very cheesy, but I'll say it anyway. Listening. I mean, listening to the best of your ability. There are so many definitions of active listening, and we can never talk about this enough. So listening to your mother, okay? Mothers, they have this kind of foresight. I will never be a nurse, if not for my mother. Okay, I would be a chemist or a physicist right now, but steered me to nursing. I still teach and I lead at the same time. So that's an amazing thing. Listen to your mentors. Okay, when you go to university, you sit down in front and listening. And I can't even talk. It's early morning. That's why I had my 2 coffees already. But you sit down there in front and look at your professor, listen to them, and then intently imbibe. Okay? And then listen to your mentors as well. It is important to have mentors. I would advocate that. And listen to your guts as well. The ethical concept that you have, the culture that you have doesn't mean you have to drown your own culture to be, to please other cultures. You need to have that kind of equal balance, but really listen to your instinct. Because when you do that, when you combine all the mothers, the learnings that you've had in the past, I will never discount the learning that I had in the Philippines because that made me who I am today. I'll say that frankly. And maybe maybe it mattered in a way because I would consider myself as a good student. I only started missing classes, like for example, and this is, oh my God, it's live. But I skipped one particular class because I watched Julia Roberts, The Pretty Woman.
Oh,
It was a minor subject, but
I would have
the rest of
listened
it, I was in attendance. Okay, that's my input on that one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, okay, another question for both of you. So both of you are talking about AI earlier. So we'll just cover this one up so that everyone can listen to your answer. With the increasing integration of artificial intelligence in healthcare, so how can nurses effectively balance the use of technology while maintaining compassionate, patient-centered care? So that question is for you first, Doc A.
I think balancing, it's the way I approach it is really not relying more on technology and artificial intelligence in providing care. I think and also making sure that your workflow is not more focused on attending to technology versus patient care. As I said, like when I was new to the US, I struggled with technology, not necessarily AI, but I struggled with technology because I didn't learn how to manage my time whilst providing care. If you remembered in my session, I said like I spent maybe 7 to 9 hours facing my computer for EMR, documenting stuff versus spending more time providing care to my patient. And that was because I didn't learn how to document in an efficient way. So like if we learn how to use our technology, that will definitely impact or like give us more time to take care of patients. In terms of compassion, I think being there for the patient and like when patients have a problem, maybe not going directly to AI and asking, how can I solve this problem? Like be there at the patient's bedside, talk to them, ask them, how can you be present? How can you be there as a human being, providing that humane care that they need versus just like looking at the computer and asking what can be done for the patient.
Thank you so much, Dr. A. So again, we'll give the floor to Prof. Cipriano. With the increasing integration of AI in healthcare, how can nurses effectively balance the use of technology while maintaining compassionate, patient-centered care?
I think Catherine deserves an applause, right? Very persistent.
Yes.
I like that. I think it's all of the above, Catherine, from what Dr. A mentioned. Okay, I'm just going to add something that if you know that you're using AI and it will give you more time for your patient, like for example, I did my PowerPoint in 10 minutes. It will give me more time with my students, with my colleagues, and training them and leading them at the same time, looking at their professional development instead of being stuck in front of the computer. You know what I mean? So if that's going to help me, if you think the end goal is this and it's going to make me do worthwhile things because technology is aiding with my work, then I'll do that. I'll be, again, just being conscientious about the whole thing.
Sounds really, really nice. Thank you so much for that open forum. We really, really learned a lot. We really want to hear more from your experiences, but due to the time constraints, we need to move on. So thank you everyone for your active participation. So handing you guys to Jana for the awarding of certificate for Prof. Cipriano.
Thanks, Catherine. At this point, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to Sir Cipriano for sharing their expertise, valuable experiences, and meaningful insights with us today. Your discussion has truly inspired and enriched our understanding of Global Nursing Leadership Summit 2026 with the theme Advancing Evidence-Based Practice for Future Healthcare, Leading the Future of Global Healthcare. In recognition of your valuable contribution to this webinar, we are honored to present the Certificate of Appreciation to Sir Cipriano Mayor. This Certificate of Appreciation is proudly presented to Sir Cipriano Ryan Mayor in grateful recognition of his exceptional service as guest speaker for delivering an inspiring An insightful lecture that reflected this profound experience and expertise and remarkable journey as a nurse who has achieved significant milestone in the profession. His dedication, leadership, and exemplary contribution to nursing have motivated and empowered participants to pursue excellence, integrity, and compassion in their practice. Presented in connection with the free international webinar of Global Nursing Leadership Summit 2026 with the theme Advancing Evidence-Based Practice for Future Healthcare, Leading the Future of Global Healthcare, held on June 13, 2026, conducted virtually via Zoom. Signed by our dear advisors and professors, Dr. Joseph Errol Cuevas, Dr. Juanito Leabres Jr., our Wesleyan University Philippines Master of Arts in Nursing Program Head, Dr. Carmela Del Rosario, and the Dean of Wesleyan University Philippines Graduate School, Dr. John Mark Bondoc, inviting our speaker, our program head, dean, batch president, team leaders for a quick photo op. Documentation team, please take the photo. Once again, thank you very much, Sir Cipriano, for being part of today's program and for generously sharing your knowledge with us. Let us all give a virtual round of applause for Sir Cipriano. To summarize our today's event, I now give the floor back to Zez.
Thank you, Jenna. What an insightful and inspiring session we had today. Let's take a moment to reflect on the valuable lessons and powerful ideas shared throughout the webinar. Today, we were reminded that nursing leadership goes beyond managing healthcare teams. It is about inspiring change, empowering others, and creating better patient outcomes through evidence-based practice. From our speakers, we learned the importance of strong and compassionate leadership, critical thinking and evidence-based decision-making, collaboration in global healthcare settings, continuous learning and professional growth, and most importantly, the vital role nurses play in shaping the future of healthcare worldwide. Indeed, today's discussion showed us that nurses are innovators, educators, advocates, and leaders of change. As we move forward in our respective institutions and communities, may we continue to apply what we learned today and become champions of excellence, compassion, and evidence-based practice. Once again, thank you everyone for making this webinar engaging, meaningful, and successful. Back to you, Jinra.
Thanks, Ace. As we come to the end of this meaningful webinar, may we invite our esteemed professor, Dr. June Leabres, for the closing remarks.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me? Am I audible? Am I
Yes,
audible?
Doc.
Okay, so
Yes, Doc.
hi everyone. So I was tasked to give the closing remarks. So good day, good morning here in the Philippines. And as we conclude this Global Nursing Leadership Summit, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to our speakers, our distinguished speakers, Dr. Arnold Tariga and Professor Cipriano Mayor. I was amazed, what you said earlier, Professor, about your mother being a graduate of Wesleyan. So I'd like to know more about it. I am very proud that one of our speakers has roots at Wesleyan University Philippines, and we are, as a university, also very proud of having your mother and you also being part of our history. And also, we like to extend our thanks to the faculty members who are here, the members of the organizing team, and the participants who shared their time, expertise, and insights. This event has provided us with valuable perspectives on the evolving role of nurses in an increasingly interconnected world and the competencies needed to thrive across diverse healthcare systems. Today's discussions have reminded us that nursing leadership transcends borders, and that we know for a fact. As healthcare challenges become more complex and global in nature, nurses must be equipped not only with the clinical excellence, but also with leadership, adaptability. I was about to say cultural competence, but because of my friend Dr. Arnold, I'm going to use cultural humility, innovation, and commitment to lifelong learning. These qualities will enable us to effectively contribute to healthcare delivery wherever our professional journeys may lead us. We also commend the Master of Arts in Nursing students, Batch 15, for successfully organizing this summit. Your dedication and initiative reflects the very leadership qualities that the nursing profession needs today and in the future. So as we leave this webinar, may we carry forward the knowledge we have gained, the connections we have established, and the inspiration we have received. Let us continue to develop ourselves as nurse leaders who are prepared to make meaningful contributions to local and global healthcare communities. On behalf of the organizing committee, thank you for active participation and support, and we hope that this summit has empowered and inspired you to embrace opportunities, overcome challenges, and lead with excellence, compassion, and integrity in the global healthcare arena. So once again, thank you so much, and we wish everyone continued success in their professional and academic endeavors. Maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat, and have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us all throughout our journey. This webinar would not be possible without your guidance. Dr. June, as well as Dr. Errol and Dr. Mela. To formally conclude the program, may we invite everyone to join in singing the Wesleyan University hymn, but be sure to stay with us until the very end.
We would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to all those who contributed to the success of this Global Nursing Leadership Summit. To our participants from different parts of the world who join us through Zoom, Facebook Live, and YouTube Live, thank you for your active participation, engagement, and commitment to advancing nursing leadership and evidence-based practice. Your presence made this event truly meaningful and impactful. We also extend our appreciation to Wesleyan University Philippines for its unwavering support and commitment to academic excellence and professional development, which helped make this international gathering possible. Our deepest gratitude goes to our distinguished guest speakers, Dr. A and Sir Cipriano, for generously sharing their expertise, insights, and experiences. Your inspiring presentations have enriched our understanding of leadership, innovation, and future of healthcare. We would like to acknowledge our esteemed faculty members, Dean JM, Dr. Mela, Dr. Errol, and Dr. June, for their guidance, encouragement, and dedication to nurturing future healthcare leaders. Your support has been invaluable in the realization of this event. Special thanks are extended to our generous sponsors, 9.0 Niners IELTS Review and Tutorial, Supreme Review Academy, and NCLEX Pros. Your support and partnership greatly enhance the experience of our participants through valuable opportunities, resources, and raffle prizes. We are truly grateful for your contributions to the success of this summit. Finally, to everyone who worked behind the scenes and to all who joined us today, thank you for being part of this meaningful endeavor. Together, we continue to advance nursing leadership, strengthen evidence-based practice, and shape the future of healthcare on a global scale. Your support and participations are deeply appreciated. We recognize the dedication and teamwork of our organizing committee, whose effort made the summit possible and meaningful for all, headed by our overall committee head, Ivan Gomez, with team members Jayela Rose Obera, April Rose Jean, Reina Lynn Alconer. Also, our registration committee is responsible for the orderly collection of participants' detail and the accurate distribution of e-certificates and raffle prizes. Headed by Rona Jean Vasquez, with team members Adrian Labay, Jeline Caballero Cruz, Kirby Megakutan, April Doreen Salazar Cal, Catherine Gay Bugarin. Our program speaker selection committee ensured the careful selection and evaluation of our esteemed research speaker, headed by Daphne Cristil Del Monte, along with Denise Hernandez, Michelle Tambiling, and Ivy Miorada. Our virtual programming committee ensured the smooth flow of the program, headed by Emily Abaluz, with team members Ram Sanchez, Tracy Casino, Althea Longkop, Joseph Hugh, Kindra Lynn Valenciano, Normina Balabagan, Edison Tugas, and Ivy Dalit. Our marketing committee handled promotion, engagement, and collaboration with sponsors headed by Mark Daryl Dinglasa, with members Geraldine Monteo, Jarel Carbonell, Joselle Carbonell, Maria Hazel Ordan, and Marife Miranda.
Our documentation committee ensured a systematic documentation process led by Marichu Matiga, along with Mashra Ali Omar, Catherine Cordero, Maria Cristina de la Cruz, Joan Odiem, and Marvin Halos. Our technical team ensured seamless transitions throughout the webinar, headed by Luis de la Cruz, with team members Angel Christine Caballero, Joan Aguirre Lelim, Alexis Enigo, Charlene Dagasdas, Jether Shane Morales, Christine de la Guardia, and Emerald Van Boado. Lastly, yours truly, the moderator committee, created an intellectually engaging and interactive environment for all the attendees, headed by Cesca Nuestro, with Catherine Ann Estemada, Kathleen Joy Rubio, Jana Zena Sanchez, and Ginra Tuazon. Together, we extend our deepest gratitude for all the efforts, collaboration, and unwavering support that made this summit a success. Your support and participation are highly appreciated. But wait, there's more, Jinra.
Thank you, Catherine. Is everyone still here? If you're still here, can you send 14344 in the chat box? Go ahead and drop those numbers. Let me see how many wonderful people are still right here with us. Wow, it seems like everyone is sticking until the end. Before we end this webinar, we are reminding you to please be sure to accomplish the evaluation form sent to your emails. E-certificates will only be released after submission of the evaluation form. Please also stay for our photo op, inviting all panelists, our speakers, professors, program head, dean, and man batch 15. Don't forget to post your screenshots and tag them with hashtag Global Nursing Leadership Summit 2026. Documentation team, please take the photo in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you for joining us.
As we near the end of today's webinar, we want to thank everyone for your active participation, enthusiasm, and positive energy throughout the program. But before we officially say goodbye, we still have one more exciting activity prepared for all of you, right, Kathleen?
That's right, Zays. It's time for our last set of raffle draw. We are giving you 5 minutes to scan the QR code posted on the screen, or you may go to bookclap.com and enter the event code capital IBGNOUS. Again, the event code is capital IBGNOUS. Just wait for the QR code to be posted on the screen. Make sure to encode your first and last name. This is our way of showing appreciation to everyone who stayed with us and participated in today's meaningful learning experience. Now let's have Catherine back on the screen.
Thanks, Kathleen. So while waiting for everyone to scan the QR code, we would like to take this opportunity to thank our valued collaborators, 9.09er IELTS Review and Tutorial, Supreme Review Academy, and NCLEX Pros. Thank you so much. So all participants, get ready and stay attentive because your name might be our next lucky winner. To bring back the energy one last time, kindly send your favorite hashtag for today's webinar in the chat box. I'm gonna wait for all your hashtags and I'm gonna read it.
Sa buong bansa. Kaya kahit hindi na kayo mag-review sa
Any
amin,
hashtags?
take ng actual examination. Piliin ang
Hashtag IBNGOUS. That's the event code.
Want to work,
Hashtag
study, or live abroad?
Awesome!
With one thing.
Hashtag Global Leadership. Thank you so much for all your hashtags. So as you win, just remember to type in present with your first and last name and email address.
Mobile 09er has helped thousands of candidates.
Give the virtual floor to Jana.
It all starts here. Enroll today.
Thank
and
you,
get
Catherine.
started with
Before we draw our winners, let us once again thank our speakers, organizers, faculty members, and all participants who contributed to the success of this webinar. Your presence truly made this event more engaging, interactive, and memorable. Jinra?
Yes, are we ready for more? We would like to express our gratitude to one of our valued collaborators, Supreme Review Academy. Make sure that all of you are officially registered because the Supreme Review Academy is giving away 500 peso discount e-voucher exclusive for the registered participants of our webinar, Global Nursing Leadership Summit 2026. Advancing evidence-based practice for future healthcare, leading the future for global healthcare. Again, thank you so much, Supreme Review Academy. We invite everyone to check out their book bundle promotions, one-on-one coaching, NLE Nightcrawlers review program. Please prepare your virtual drum rolls because we are giving away more minor prizes of credits applicable to NCLEX Pros enrollment fee. And for later, we have two major prizes. Pre-enrollment without one-on-one coaching from NCLEX Pros. Participants who enroll during the event, excluding the two free enrollment winners, may avail of the 2-for-1 enrollment promotion, wherein they may bring one companion to join under the same enrolled package amount. We will be giving away 500 peso credits for NCLEX Pros applicable to the enrollment fee. So tech team, are you ready? Let's spin the wheel. Congratulations, Ma'am Che. Kindly type present with your first and last name and email address in the chat box. Okay, our second winner, tech team, are you ready? next winner, 500 credits from NCLEX Pros. Spin the wheel now, tech team. Congratulations, Sir Ram Lyndon Sanchez. Kindly type present again with your first and last name and email address in the chat box. A representative from the registration committee will be contacting the winners for your prize. Again, this event is made possible in partnership with our valued collaborator, NCLEX Pros. You will be given 500 peso credits for NCLEX Pros applicable to the enrollment fee. Let's spin the wheel again, tech team. Congratulations, Ma'am Faith Funner. Congratulations. Kindly type present with your first and last name and email address in the chat box. For our fourth winner, tech team, are you ready? Let's spin the wheel again. Congratulations, Sir Luer Nikdao. Kindly type present with your first and last name and email address in the chat box. Again, this is the raffle draw for 500 credits for NCLEX Pros, applicable to the enrollment fee. Tech team, are you ready? Let's spin the wheel again for our fifth winner. Congratulations, Ma'am Magdalene Ginhim. Kindly type present with your first and last name and email address in the chat box. Again, a representative from the registration committee will be contacting the winners for your prize. This is so exciting. I think we have more, Ma'am Catherine.
Yes, Jinra, we definitely have more. And now, for a lucky winner for 1,000 credits applicable to NCLEX Pros enrollment fee. Spin the wheel, tech team. And the winner is for 1,000 credits. Congratulations, Ma'am Rosie Faith. Kindly type present, first name, last name, email address in the chat box. A representative from the registration committee will contact you for your prize. Stay with us until the end because drawing our major prize winners from NCLEX Pros is coming up. And now the moment we've all have been waiting for. Please prepare your virtual drum rolls because we are giving away 2 major prizes from NCLEX Pros. So 2 winners of free enrollment without one-on-one coaching from NCLEX Pros. Can I see your drum rolls on the chat box? Drum rolls. Thank you so much. Participants who enroll during the event, including the 2 free enrollment winners, may avail of the 2-for-1 enrollment promotion, wherein they may bring 1 companion to join under the same enrollment package amount. So let's see our first winner of free enrollment from NCLEX Pro. So let's spin the wheel, tech team. And the winner is... Congratulations, Miss Mary Agnes Isabel Gillian. Please type present, first name, last name, email address on the chat box. Let's proceed to second major prize winner from NCLEX Pros. Tech team, if you're ready, we are ready. Spin the wheel. And our lucky winner is... Congratulations! Kindly type present, first name, last name, and email address on the chat box. A representative from the registration committee will be contacting you for your prizes. Once again, big thanks to NCLEX Pros for being one of our collaborators. A lot of prizes in there. Thank you so much. So although our webinar is coming to an end, we hope the learnings, inspiration, and connections you gained today will continue beyond this virtual event. So Moving on, this is the final raffle draw from our very generous sponsor, Ma'am Marichu Payot Matiga. And before we announce our lucky winner, let's once again extend our heartfelt appreciation to our dear beloved classmate who made all of these exciting cash prizes possible. So through her generosity, she had brought extra excitement, anticipation, and joy to our event. So their support is a wonderful reminder of the spirit of friendship, generosity, and solidarity that unites us all as a community. So to our generous classmate and sole sponsor for all those monetary prize, thank you for sharing your blessings and for making our event even more memorable. So your kindness is truly appreciated by everyone here today. Thank you so much, Ma'am Marichu. So everyone, let's give one final virtual round of applause and fill the chat with gratitude for our amazing sponsor as we are giving away our 5,000 pesos. And now, for the final draw, the moment we've all been waiting for, let's find out who's our last lucky winner. So tag team, we are all excited for the last time for 5,000 pesos. Spin the wheel now. So the 5,000 pesos from Ma'am Marichu will go to Ma'am Jelly Cruz. Congratulations! Please type present with your first name, last name, and email address in the chat box. A representative from the registration committee will be contacting the winners for your prize. Congratulations again, Ma'am Jelani. Back to you, Kathleen.
Congratulations to all attendees, as we are all winners by being able to participate in this Global Nursing Leadership Summit of 2026. Thank you, everyone. Stay safe, and we hope to see you again in our future events.
On behalf of the entire moderator team and organizing committees, thank you for spending your time with us today. We truly appreciate your participation and support. This has been your moderator team, Cheska,
Kathleen,
Catherine,
Jana,
and Jinra, serving as your moderators for today's webinar.
Thank you, guys.
committees, good job, galing. To all attendees, thank you for joining. I hope you enjoyed this webinar, and soon once we have a new webinar prepared, we will inform you. For all the winners, please you will be in contact with the registration team to receive your prizes. So please put your email address, full and last name. E-certificate will be given after this webinar. It will be automatically opened once you close Zoom, and it will be also emailed to your registered email in Zoom application. Again, to all students, to all nurses, thank you for joining Global Nursing Leadership Summit 2026. If you have not received any prompt in the Zoom, please check your email, check the evaluation.
Sir, photo op tayo.
Photo op for the moderators, for the committees.
Photo op na with my baby. Just now wake up.
Congratulations.
Thank you,
Sir,
Doc
Thank you, Doc
June.
June.
Sir Ivan,
Thank you, Doc.
congratulations. And all the
Thank you,
leaders,
Doc.
all the
Doc.
members. Galing, galing. Galing, galing. Hats
Thank
off.
you, Doc.
Hats off.
Hats off.
Hats. Sir Ivan, may message ako sa iyo ha. Sige.
Yes, Doc June, follow up ko po. Check yung list of students.
Okay. God bless.
Thank you again, Doc June. Thank you din sa mga faculty
Doc
po na
June.
sumali. Maganda sana yung mga ng speakers ng haba. Kaya lang talagang we're limited to 3 hours webinar. But hope soon kapag make tayo ng another webinar na makatatake lahat ng mga topics nila. Kasi nabasa ko lang yung mga comment dito ng mga attendees na nandito pa.
Si Sir Ryan, in-squeeze niya talaga yung slides na niya eh.
I know. Ang dami
Dapat
nilang
may-
gustong sabihin eh.
Dapat may dagdag pa yun yung about sa shared governance na ginagawa namin sa hospital.
Yeah. Sa mga attendee nandito, meron lahat ng umattend ng Zoom na free vouchers to Preem Review Center. So, lahat ng umattend may vouchers. Okay? It will be sent to your emails. Daw po, yung mga naiwan pa, may assignment pa daw kayo.
Nawala yung audio ni Sir Kiko.
Yung mga naiwang participants, sasagot ng question.
Yung mga live pa yung... bigla kayo na si Alisan.
May voucher po ba sa naiwan?
Ongoing enrollment pa po ang Wesleyan University Philippines.
Ayun po pala, dun sa mga attendee, enroll na rin po pala kayo sa Wesleyan University. ongoing farm enrollment. Yes, tama po si Ma'am Jessica. Endorse natin ang Wesleyan. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to host this webinar. In a few minutes, I will close the webinar. Yung mga gustong manood na mga attendees na hindi nakapag-start nitong webinar, there will be a YouTube link. There is a YouTube video available. You can watch it to watch the full webinar. Everyone, moderators, committees, all teams, attendees, thank you and have a good day. Enjoy your day and thank you very much for joining. If you have any concerns, questions, just don't hesitate to send an email using the Zoom email in the platform. For the winners, just wait for the registration team to send you an email. Thank you. I'll end the webinar now.
Thank you.
Thank you po.
Well done.
Thank you, Ma'am Marichu.
Thank you, Sir Ram. Thank you, Sir Alexis.
Ma'am Marichu, thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Marichu.
Thank you, Sir Kiko.
Thank you, Sir
Kiko. Ma'am Marichu,
Thank you to all.
Thank you, Sir Ram. Sir Alexis.
Thank you, Ma'am Marichu.
Thank you, guys. Ma'am Marichu, pagongcha naman dyan.
May pangkain lang po.
Pakapi ka daw, Ma'am Marichu.
Si Ma'am Jenny, sa box na siya.
Ma'am Marichu, kailan ka uwi ng Philippines? Sunduin kita sa airport.
Ay, tapos ko lang. 4 days ako dyan.
Ay! Ma'am Marichu, pa Gcash po. Saway kayo.
Sir 919.
Kasi yung si Sir Ram, iba yung naano niya eh. Napanalunan. Ha? Hindi yung
Inaabangan ko ngayong 5,000 para may pangkain man lang eh. Nandiyan lang.
Si Ma'am
Sir,
Jelly,
thank
may
you sa pag-help.
5,000. Sir Alexis, thank you. Sa lahat ng nag-help, salamat.
Thank you po. Thank you, team.
Pero okay na din yun.
Thank you,
Thank you, team.
everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you po sa lahat ng
Thank you.
committee.
Thank you.
Bye and have a nice day, everyone.